Okay, wait. Should be fine now, right? Oh fuck. Okay, now it should be working. Hi, Zed, my smart hero. Okay, now... I don't know why it, like, just works itself. Wait, I don't know why. Oh, there's a bit of an echo, I fixed it. Okay, here we are. Let's get in. No, that wasn't double audio, that was triple. That was triple audio. Oh, I can make it quadruple though, if you want. I can multiply it further if you want. Would you like it if I multiplied it further? Right, would you like it that way? Right, like I can go prepare for trouble and make it double, triple even. Right? Okay, yeah. How'd you like that? Okay. Anyways, let's get in on and do everything here first. Put that there, and then another one there. It doesn't matter. Alright, time to fill in these puzzles. Next one. There we go. I think that's a little bit better. Yep. That one goes there. And then I filled in these with single blocks. And done. Alright, let's go send some stuff out. Alright, we have one of these, send that one. We got two of these. Send those. Let's get rid of these. Alright. Oh neat, I can just talk to Freisha. Alright, who is the one I needed here? Oh, here. Okay. But yeah, I was out. Apparently,
time to play my game.
I found out there was something wrong with the internet, actually. That's why I didn't stream the past few days. We had someone come in to fix it earlier today, actually. It's just that we had to wait for them to send someone in. So hopefully everything's fixed now. Hopefully. That's what ended up happening the past couple of days. Okay, let's see. Oh, that refreshes multiple times a week. I did not know that. Alright, we got hero games. Let's get this done then. Wait, why is that picking up a Nightball? What the hell? weird. I gotta make sure to block it after. One sec. One sec. Oh, where is the thingy? Let's see, you realized East versus West mindset? Yeah. It is quite something. You got weird people, man. Like, why isn't anyone doing hero games? But yeah. They're pro-consumer. I don't know about that, though. They don't exactly feel that way. With how they act and behave, not really. They don't feel that way with how they really act and behave. That's kind of BS to call them pro-consumer, let's be real.
Objective complete, all according to plan.
Alright, let's see. I didn't get anything to reduce cooldown for shooting.
It's nothing, not a problem.
Alright.
This should be quick.
And edge. I have to figure out why, like chatbot is being really bizarre with his behavior.
I saw how it would end for you.
Because sheep chat is supposed to block it out. Oh, I guess I could just ban my ult from sheep chat. Not my ult, my bot from sheep chat. Since it doesn't actually have direct control over YouTube, I can just ban my own bot. I forgot I could just do that. Okay. Alright, let's see. Ballistic damage. Shield capture, attack by sun shield. More attack based on that. You should uninstall. Welcome, welcome. I've had issues the past couple of days, well, really the past week. But hopefully they're fixed now. They ended up getting someone from the ISP to come in. Alright. Alright, have fun lurking.
Nothing to be afraid of.
I gotta adjust how some of those commands work. Eventually.
Reloading. I saw how it would end for
And
you.
then dead. As soon as his guard's down, just dead. There we go.
そうだめ。私を導いてくれるのはあなただけです。
Alright. That's half of that done. Continue it later. How many days is left in the patch? 9 days. Okay. Good to know. Right, let me get this upgraded. I wonder if they sent the CC emails for NTE yet. Because they haven't sent those out yet. Last I checked. Oh, where is it? They send it yet? Nope, still not yet. Probably tomorrow or something. Okay. 7-day carnival, we have that. I'll probably get that one done tomorrow. What else am I gonna do to fill the quota? Okay. Oh boy. Just ban it immediately. How do I open the filter list? One sec. Where is that? Let me check. I'm gonna just ban Stream Boo from being mentioned. Where is that thing? Here, ban terms and phrases. I'm gonna add another one. There we go. Now that thing can't say that anymore. But yeah. There we go. Hopefully that type of bot is gone now. It gets auto-blocked, because I just blocked a word. I just added that thing to the blocked or banned word list. Shit's annoying when they keep coming back, you know? You knock one down and they come back. Okay, let's see. There's still that. Right, we still gotta do our Snowbreak quota thing.
ええ、分析員さんのチョイスに外れなしです。
Right, I think all the other stuff are done. Yeah, looks like all the other things have been dealt with. Right, it's just 7-day carnival on the other thing. We'll do the carnival tomorrow. God, there's a freaking fly in my room. Okay, let's see. Let me change what we have here. Oh, I have to like reset this thing. Hi, Bootleg Gamer. Welcome, welcome. I didn't stream the past couple of days because internet issues. Hopefully they're like resolved now. Hopefully. Yeah, so that one, we'll put that one in. Alright, let's see. Put that in. Put that in and then put this in. Alright, let's get in on this.
弓を引いたからには分析員準備が整いました。戦車番
Alright,
線
those are dead. Next.
ご褒美
I just noticed Afro's Discord renamed Fizz to Fizz Suffering. For some reason. It's Fizz Suffering now. Okay, let's see. I guess I take that. Put that there. Yeah, there's not much I can... Wait. I can put this here now. Alright, time to kill the boss.
満を持して行ってきます。悪魔を沈ませはしない。百射百中。行け、追尾砲。終わり。甘い。ここからです。
I saw how it would end for
And
you.
dead. Okay. There goes the
ご
Kuma.
褒美。もっと近づい。
On to the next one. Yep, I'll take that one. Next one.
満を持して行ってきます。戦車番線。終わり。甘い。ここからです。
God damn it.
ではないようだね。行け、追尾砲。
Freaking shield is annoying.
I saw how it would
Because
end
it takes
for
like
you.
no damage once it's shielded.
定め。
Oh, it's dead
私を
now.
導いてくれるのは
On to the next one. Any type of damage? Okay. What I'll probably do then is put that in here for now. Because that also triggers tech. I can grab that. Actually, what I could do is this. Put that there. I can move that over there. Yeah, that seems good. And then I get more slots again. Of course I do. Oh, now I can move this here. Move that there. Or no, I'll just do that. Oh, and then I opened up even more space. Now that can get boosted. Oh, when I go down here. Sure, I'll take extra skill cooldown for a few stages. Alright, what about over here?
I saw how it would end for you.
Oh, he's dead. That was quick and easy. Alright, next stage. Alright, let's see. And grab that. Oh, there we go. There's that one now. Got another red thing there. Alright, on to the next thing.
I saw how it would end for you.
And dead. Easy. Next. Damn, I should have taken the one that reduces the resistance. Is active summons an additional unit? Do I even use Vigor? That's Thunder. That's Scholar. That's Seal. Oh, that's Gem. Guess I'll take that one. Alright, let's see. What do I get from this one?
弓を引いたからには終わり。甘い。ここからです。戦車番宣。
Not enough to change. Ah! Objective complete, all according
Alright,
to
that
plan.
one's dead. On to the next one.
ご褒美。もっと。
Alright, on to the next one. Alright, what do I get here? What do I get?
満を持して行ってきます。百射百中。
Nothing to be afraid of. Not enough to change anything.
Do-do-do-do-do-do.
私を導いてくれるのは
Alright, and then we can grab that one. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Alright, I'll go take on the boss.
そう犯人はあなたです
I saw how it would end for you.
And edge. Easy.
ご褒美もっと
Easy.
「弓を引いたからには分析員準備は整いました
Nothing to be afraid of.
百射百中
Not. Ah! Objective complete, all
Alright,
according to
they're
plan.
dead.
定め私を導いてくれるのは
Next. Alright, on to the next one. Sure, I'll take that. Alright, let's see. That's another maxed out one. Boss time. What can we get from the boss?
満を持して行ってきます。百射百中。終わり？甘い。ここからです。
I saw how it would end for you.
And is dead. Nice.
定め。
Alright, on to the
私を
next
導いて
thing.
くれるのは
On to the next thing. Alright, Blizzard can be triggered when I deal any type of damage now. Very good. Alright, now we just finish this run.
行ってきます。百射百中。
Nothing to be afraid of. Not enough to change anything. Objective complete, all according to
Alright, you're
plan.
dead.
定め。私を導いてくれるのは
On to the next one. Alright, let's see. Dumb fuck CC's like Brax is like the type of people who see CN having chinky eyes and assuming all Asians have chinky eyes. I see. Oh, it is what it is, man. Mountain at a molehill, yeah, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Alright, I can fit all of those there, like that.
So, 犯人戦車番宣
I saw how it would end for you.
Okay, there we go.
ご褒美
That's cleared.
もっと近づいてもらえないでしょ
Got that one. Okay, can just max that out immediately. Sure. Easy. Can forage this. Yeah, I think I'll just take that. And go onto the boss. Alright, let's go clear this one.
行ってきます戦車番宣
Boss time, come on.
甘い。ここからです。
I saw how it would end
Oh,
for you.
dead. When the boss doesn't stall, it just dies really quickly. At least when it's not trying to stall me.
ご褒美。もっと。
Alright, I think we just picked that one to keep. There we go. We're done with our Snowbreak quota now. So we can move on. Alright, Snowbreak quota is over. I still need to finish killing some world bosses for the week. Alright. Let's get those done now. Alright, let's get those done.
Time to head out.
Because, like, a lot of the stuff I wanted to do earlier in the week I couldn't do because it's just the heat and then internet issues were just too much. They were just far too much. Okay. I did try and do the main guard off stream earlier today though. I was able to kill 2 of the mega lag bosses. I was able to do 2 of them. So that was cool. Let me get my alt logged in. I'll probably just do 1 join up. Okay, and then we have this thing.
Awaiting command.
Okay, let's get this stuff done. I have to do that shit on my ult too after. Too bad we can't use the, Oh, that was the wrong button setup. God damn it. Too bad we can't use the hold cancel thing on, Void Piercer in there. Bit unfortunate on that end. But it is what it is. Right, it is what it is. Okay. Just gonna do 1 join up run. I can probably do like 1 or 2 mega lag bosses a day. I'm assuming that's how many channels we'll be able to find of them. I'm assuming because of like how few channels we have these days. That is what it is though. But yeah. Alright. Let's get the stuff down here done. And dead. Easy. Right, nice and easy. We can get out of here. Alright, let's get out of that thing. And then on to the next thing. Let me claim all my stuff. I'll do my other join up later. Okay. Right, we have 46 upgrade drives. Eventually I'll get all of the things. All the things I need. Anything else here? I should probably double check the Domain 9 Joltville market. At least the stuff there is gonna reset again tomorrow as well, so we should be good there. Right, we should be. I never did get a good price for the couple of things, for the thing I didn't sell. Okay. Oh yeah, I didn't take Yulan's photo as well. Alright, that one was basically free. Free mats. Okay, good. Just double check to make sure I bought the thing here. Alright, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, let me just switch this to team mode and kill the eye boss. We'll do that. Surely game is not that bad. The fuck is... The fuck? The hell is Killy doing? Why the hell are they spamming something, man? What the fuck is up with them? What's wrong with them? What is wrong with them? Okay. Let's get loaded in. Come on. Load, load. Fuck, I'm dead. Wait. I thought I had auto turned on. Fucking hell. Alright, surely we can get more. Wait, come on. The ceiling. Well, more like we got someone to from the ISP company to check earlier today. Check on things. That's why it wasn't streaming the past few days. I eventually ended up finding out, like, it was just the internet itself here was just so bad. It was like practically unusable. Pretty much. Wait, what the fuck? Why is that one back? I thought I destroyed that one. But yeah, hopefully it's fine now. And then, like, the beginning of the week, it was just way too hot. You know what it is when you have... Oh, what it is here, man. You stuck dealing with the cartel. Okay, that one's destroyed. Let's see. Are all the feet destroyed? Yes, they are. Alright, Corey's exposed. The stupid freaking invisibility thing is... They really should do something about it, man. It's so dumb. time to loot the chest. Wait, come on, we'll just let people loot and then go to the next one. I'm just gonna go warp to the next one then. And kill the next high boss. Alright, gotta load on in. Please don't spawn me in, Dad. Please. Alright. That's destroyed. Come on. Well, freaking target the thing, what the hell? Why would it target the thingy? Yeah, what the hell is freaking Gilly spamming in chat? So weird. Alright, what's left? Huh? Oh, this foot. Alright, come get your high chest. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Damn, that is freaking bored. Oh well. Like, why are they just spamming random ass things? The fuck is up with them? Oh, they're not gonna make it. Off to the next one. 'Cause those guys are not gonna make it to the chest. Alright, so off to the next one. Alright, that's destroyed. Let's destroy this one. Alright, come on. Alright, that's destroyed. Gotta destroy this part. I almost destroyed. And destroyed. Alright, now people can go get the chest. Alright, I hit the core control and basic control limit. Nice. Did my ult hit the limit too? Let me double check. Oh, I don't think so. Okay. I'll probably go kill another eye or two. Alright. Time to go to another eye. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Let's get loaded in. Let's go destroy this one. Oh damn it, the freaking camera on the thing is annoying. Come on. Yeah, what the hell is up with that killy person? They're just spamming some random stupid shit here. Like, what the fuck are they doing? Why? I'm doing fine, I guess. It took a while to get the freaking someone from the ISP to come and check on the internet stuff here. Hopefully everything is fine now. Because that was kind of why things were fucked the past couple of days. destroy this thing. Hopefully no more. Hopefully. Shit was really annoying. So far everything seems to be fine. So far anyways. So far anyways. Okay, my all got weekly core control. It's not weekly basic control. I mean, how much basic control does my ult have? Okay, maybe I can do one more. Alright, let's do one more. Alright, let's just do one more mech boss. Alright. Hi, channel 5. Auto. Let's get people here on channel 5. Alright. That one's destroyed. Alright, come on people, I channel 5. Shit's like halfway destroyed now. Almost. God damn it. This stupid freaking thing is like pulling me to something. Alright, come on. This thing's almost destroyed. Now we gotta destroy the cannon thing here. Alright, now we destroy this thing. God damn it. Right, now we can destroy the core. Alright, let me go loot the thing on my alt now. Damn, Killy is still at it, spamming whatever the fuck this shit is. I don't know why. Hi, Flagger. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. God damn it, my alt is still not done with freaking basic controls. God damn. It's still not done getting the drops for the week. That's fine, that takes too long to keep doing it further today. I want to move on to the next things anyways. I'll just open some chests with my ult. The other kind. Okay. Right, because then I'm gonna do... I guess we can do some reacts right now. I guess. Because I need kill time while I go through the other mini event thingy. Anyways. Alright, let's go to that then. What's some more of the stuff I was sent? Alright, let's see. Okay, let's see. Here we go. Equipment, RNG, and gotchas are awful. Yep, here we go.
Equipment RNG in the gachas I play
We'll
is
do this
awful,
one.
and the solutions
Yep.
are a joke.
It's a common theme across all these games that if you want your account to be strong, you need to spend a ridiculous amount of time grinding away in the equipment mines with no guarantee you'll ever strike gold. Some people claim to enjoy the experience, others argue it's a necessary
That is
evil
BS
to
when
keep
they
people coming back or provide at least
enjoying that
something
is
to
so
fill the content
BS.
drought between updates, and it's pretty clear that the devs themselves want these systems to be central to their games. But from what I've seen, they're frustrating at best and ultimately drive away many who otherwise enjoy playing.
Yep.
And on some level at least, the devs do acknowledge that this is a problem they need to fix. They drag their feet as much as they can, but now that there's some competition in the space, they're at least pretending to make it a little less of a pain to deal with. Though the way they always kneecap any features they release to fix this is just ridiculous. Since a couple of the games I play have done just that in recent updates, it's a perfect time to talk about it. For me, equipment RNG is a tear in the illusion of any game's world. I want to be immersed in the experience, and instead I find that these systems always push me to look at the game from an outside perspective. I stop thinking about the game itself and start to question, am I enjoying the moment-to-moment combat while farming? Does the potential for improvement offset the frustration of dealing with these asinine systems? Does my distaste for this part of the game dilute my enjoyment of the other aspects to the point where as a whole it's no longer worth it for me? Where do I draw that line? And further to gaming in general, I have a finite number of hours to enjoy in this life, and every heartbeat is one left to me. Am I wasting them here, searching for brief moments of shared meaning inside soulless systems designed to trap my attention? Could they perhaps be better spent elsewhere? Well, the answer to that last one is undoubtedly yes, in a general sense. Dedicating time to leisure is vital for a balanced life, and games will always be one of my favourite ways to spend that time. For now, these games perch just on the right side of that equation for me.
Not really for me.
It takes very little for them to lose their balance and fall out of my good graces.
For me, that's a no.
And while I absolutely despise RNG, I have to acknowledge that the developers put these systems in place for a reason, and some of them do contribute to some aspect of these games which I enjoy. Let's talk through the developers' perspective on these systems and why they decide to implement them, the mitigations some of these games have put in place to make them less problematic, and then cover the downsides of each aspect from the player's perspective too. But before we get to that, let's quickly define exactly what we're talking about here. Each game system has a different name. Genshin has artifacts, Wuthering Waves has echoes, Honkai Star Rail has relics, and so on. While each has some unique quirks which make them stand out, in short, they are a special type of equipment which make a major contribution to your character's strength. You obtain these items by completing combat challenges, and your rate of improvement is throttled by a slowly regenerating account's stamina or energy resource, resin in Genshin, wave plates in MOBA, and so on. When you spend this resource in exchange for a piece of equipment, the RNG party begins. Take Genshin for example. First, there's a coin flip for which of the two equipment sets you receive, then a 1 in 5 chance of getting the right type of artifact for the slot you want to fill. Once you win the 1 in 10 chance of getting what you want, there's more. Does it have the right main stat? How many substat does it start off with? How strong is each substat? When you level it, which substat does it upgrade? How strong is the upgrade? And those last two repeat 5 times by the time the artifact is finished. The odds for each step of substat RNG are obscure, and they're weighted against the stats that characters actually want.
They forgot the range of the stats too, though.
And there's a lot of characters
There's more
someone
to
might
it.
want to use, so all this RNG needs building up your account can take years of dedicated effort. It's important to note that while we are talking about gachas here, I'm not including the RNG in other parts of the game, even though they do have an effect on
They're all
character
just
strength,
awful,
be that gacha
man.
for weapons or constellations, or RNG for upgrade material quantities or weekly boss drops.
They're just
Instead,
awful.
we're focusing on equipment which is most associated with the slow and steady grind for long-term improvement. So what's in it for the devs? The first thing they get out of it is deferred player power progression, one of those interesting areas where the priorities of the devs are slightly at odds with the desires of the players. Players want their characters to feel fun to play, and a key part of that comes from their level of strength. While there's a whole separate discussion to be had about how self-destructive it is for the player base to clamour for ever stronger characters, it's undeniable that for many players, the power fantasy aspect
they do
is
it on
one of the central
purpose.
driving motivation.
They do it on purpose so that they can get you there for longer.
Which leads to them playing the game at all. Big number make brain go.
That's the whole
However,
point.
while the devs do want to give the players that feeling,
Because there
one
is
thing
no
they want
content,
more
there is
for
no
players
game.
to keep coming back over a long period
So
of
how
time.
do they
There are some
farm you
further
for
nuances
longer?
to that, which we'll cover in a minute, but this is strongly tied to the players'
Right,
desire
how
for
are they gonna
power.
farm you for
Those who
longer?
get a thrill out of putting bigger numbers on their screens, if they could perfect the character's equipment
When they
on
have
day one,
nothing.
then a huge motivation for
Right,
their
they just make
engagement
everything
with the
take
game
forever and have
disappear.
absurd
Devs,
amounts of
therefore,
RNG.
want a way to spread out those power gains over a long period of time so that these players have a reason to keep coming back. They could get the same effect without those many layers of RNG, of course, but then they'd miss out on some of the other aspects which are just as important. For example, these equipment systems are designed to exploit psychological tricks in order to provide very strong hooks which drive people to keep playing. The technical term here is operant conditioning with a variable ratio reinforcement schedule. This means they're conditioning you to follow the behavior they want by providing inconsistent rewards. The inconsistency of those rewards makes this far more potent as a motivational force than it would be if they were consistent. While the gacha system itself is designed to trigger those same parts of our psychology, the equipment systems are far more central to the gameplay experience. After all, for many more dedicated players, the grind for incremental improvements takes up the majority of their playtime, and they're very obviously designed to provide exactly the kind of variable rewards which exploit this most effectively. And the multi-layered randomness involved can also indirectly lead to monetization. When you combine many dice rolls in a row, the combined chance of getting the perfect result plummets. Combine that low chance with the severe restrictions in place which limit how many times you can roll the dice per day.
It's harder than winning the fucking lottery. That's how absurd the chance is. How absurdly low.
Build, or heck, even just reach a point
they're so low that it's easier to win the fucking lottery.
Where some new character they just spent.
What bot is spamming your message? No, it's just relaying your message back and forth, right? Wait, what the hell? Why is it picking up the other thing? Oh, wait. No, it's just the relay thing. The boss's HP sponge. Wait, it's adding you now? What the fuck is going on? What the hell happened to the bot thing? I don't know what the hell is going on with that. That is so weird. That is weird. Maybe it'll change to a different relay thing at some point then.
A ton of currency on is usable, this combination can make it very tempting to just spend a little in order to have another go. These games do tend to have a hard cap on the number of times you can do this per day, but yet again that feels more like a way to prevent big spenders from blasting through all their build progression in no time at all than an attempt to avoid making things too predatory. Slow and steady wins the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, I guess. The most common pushback when people defend these equipment systems is that it's valuable for player retention and engagement. It's a fun...
Yep. It's valuable for player retention and engagement at the cost of the player experience by making it way worse.
Fundamental fact that the amount of time it takes to create something far exceeds the amount of time it takes someone to enjoy that thing. Tens of thousands of hours of design and writing and development to create a game which you can blast through in a couple of weekends. For other games, that's often the feature, not a bug, but these are life service games. Their entire purpose is to gather an audience
and keep
it engaged over the long term, so that the devs can compound their income by extending an existing game rather than starting over. While a large part of what keeps players coming back is the ongoing story and the regular cadence of fresh things to do in the game they already enjoy, for many, the content released every 6 weeks takes a couple of days to play, even in the patches where there's a lot more to do on average, and it's more of a problem the more dedicated you are to the game. What can the devs do to keep players engaged after they've played through all of the one-time content?
Make actual, genuine, replayable content.
It extends the game by giving players
with real replay value,
goal to aim for, providing
which they won't do.
And an endless grind which rewards regular play. It even builds up the community aspect. Some players love showing off, many bond over disappointment and the pain of the experience, and there's always meme potential. And of course the devs will particularly appreciate that it increases the stickiness of the game. By the time someone has played one of these games for a year or more, their account is going to have a decent amount of good equipment. When another game comes along which is even a mild improvement on that earlier game, one of the things which might stop people from moving over is the daunting thought of having to give up all that progress and start from scratch in the new game. Of course, it's not without its downsides, but we'll get to those later. And finally, one minor benefit which rarely gets mentioned is that it does add a little more replayability to the game. One of the things I've
Not in a genuine capacity, but yeah, by forcing you to go through crap again.
Found most engaging when talking about these games is how wildly different everyone's experience is, especially early on. This is most strongly influenced by the gacha system. Each player will have a completely different roster of characters available, so helping people figure out which they should focus on building or how best to use what they've got to create functional teams can be a really fun puzzle. Equipment RNG has a much smaller effect than the gacha system does, but it does make some difference, since it essentially adds a small amount of random variation to the strength of any given character. This can be beneficial for truly dedicated players if they ever want to play again for a second account. Many people enjoy trying out different challenges, speedruns, or even just more casual playthrough, and having this undercurrent of randomness built in can add a little bit of depth to each experience. So what about those mitigations?
At the cost of the experience as well.
All that RNG. One kind of half feature is when the game lets you destroy a number of useless pieces of equipment and obtain a new one in exchange, with the new equipment being completely random. This is a minor positive, since it means that if you have bad luck, at least you get more chances to roll the dice. But that is very minor, and honestly, in the game I play, which has this, it's an absolute pain to use. A strong box takes this a little further, allowing you some small amount of control over the piece of equipment created through this process. In Genshin, for example, you get to pick one specific artifact set to generate, removing that first layer of RNG from the equation. The experience still sucks, in my opinion, and while many swear by using strong boxes, I've only ever had endless bad luck while using them. Next, reroll systems, which let you take an existing piece of equipment and wipe out some part of their stats so you can try another roll of the dice. The idea here is to leave that initial grind intact, but provide some way for players to try again later down the line if their equipment doesn't roll well in the first place. The big downside to this is that a reroll still involves rolling the dice. You still have to trust to chance to give you what you want. Genshin added a reroll system recently, and in theory, some of it looks promising. You first pick 2 substats to aim for, and at least 2 of the upgrades are guaranteed to roll into those stats. If the other upgrades rolled into the substats you didn't want, you can keep re-rolling the same artifact, and it tracks how many reroll attempts you have used and eventually adds more guarantees, until eventually all upgrades will roll into the stats you picked. Unfortunately, while this does sound like a great way to balance the system, making full use of it would cost a lot of the quill items, and those are super rare, so you're only going to be able to do this a handful of times per patch. For now, this feels like a good solution, which is locked away to the point where you can barely ever use it, and for those who have consistent bad luck, it simply won't make
So it's not a solution, it's a band-aid.
Another feature, which actually removes some of the RNG, is a stat selector.
If it was an actual solution, the problem would be gone.
On an existing piece and replace it with one they want instead. In theory, this could be done with any aspect of the equipment, including set, slot, main stat, and substats, but so far the only one I've encountered personally is the main stat selector with Withering Waves added recently. And of course, this comes with its own huge caveat. It can only be used on an Echo which has not yet been leveled, so while it's great to pick
and it's only for main stat, so you can just get infinite of anyways.
And so, of course,
so it's basically
you'll have
useless.
the frustrating experience of spending a rare item to convert an Echo to the main stat you want, only for it to roll into utterly useless substats with no way to fix that. It's a great way to provide some use to the absolute deluge of echoes you get with functionally useless main stats, but it feels way less impactful than it could have been. More valuable are crafting systems in which you use a rare item to craft a new piece of equipment, which gives you much more control. Using Genshin as the example again, when you craft an artifact, you pick the set, the slot, the main stat, and 2 substats. And there's a guarantee that at least 2 of the upgrades will roll into your selected stats. This can make a huge difference, but is kneecapped by 2 things. First, the remaining layers of RNG mean it's depressingly common for the artifact to end up being pretty mediocre. It's best used to replace your absolute worst equipment, and it's not all that valuable for anyone chasing perfection. And second, there are big restrictions placed on using the system in the first place. They're very stingy in how many elixir items they give out, so you have to be very picky when deciding what to craft. And worse, they only let you craft 1 artifact from each set per patch. If you want to craft a full 4-piece set for a character, so you don't have to waste time farming a domain just for them, then you have to wait months before you can actually build that character. Ridiculous, considering they already impose severe limits on crafting via the elixirs. So far, I've again had pretty poor luck with these, with my rolls going into flat stats more often than not. I'm glad it exists, but it doesn't solve the bigger problems.
It
One
doesn't
unique
solve the
quirk to
problem,
Wuthering
yep.
Waves' take on equipment is that
Of
it
course
allows
not.
players to farm items.
They don't want
almost
to solve the
infinitely.
problem.
You can wander around the open world defeating enemies, and each time you do, there's a
That's
percentage
the
chance
point.
they'll leave an
Alright,
echo
you have a good
behind,
night then,
which you can
Zenmeister.
capture and use as equipment. Many people were so excited to finally be free of the time gates which restrict farming equipment in previous games, but unfortunately, in practice this solved nothing. It is nice to collect echoes
solves
as you play,
nothing.
though it's worth mentioning that enemies in other games do drop equipment too. The actual difference is that you can get 5-star echoes which are actually usable. Despite that, deliberately farming them in the overworld turns out to be just as mind-numbing as fighting a Tazet field over and over,
And you
far
still
more
have to do them
time-consuming.
anyways.
It might have been worth it on balance, but unfortunately you can't level your echoes or unlock their substats without collecting other materials which are locked behind the exact same kind of account energy system which people were hoping to get away from. As it is, it's at least no worse than the systems in other games,
No
but
worse,
sadly,
but
it
it's not
wasn't the
better
game changer
either.
people hoped for. And it's also worth mentioning loadouts, though they're a little bit of a tangent. Loadouts are a feature which lets you create full sets of equipment and then quickly swap between them whenever you want your characters to have a different build. And there are actually two very different motivations people have for requesting this. The first motivation is the main reason loadouts are relevant to this discussion. Many players want to be able to create a small number of powerful sets of equipment and to share those sets across many characters.
But then when you realize how hyper-specific each character is, it doesn't matter.
Sets of equipment shared across a couple of dozen
It ends up
characters
not
rather than a
mattering.
full set per character. This is the approach which Wuthering Waves has implemented, and many players absolutely love it. While that is perfect for people who want to min-max, this is actually not what I always wanted. I don't care about min-maxing and hate having to constantly check whether the character I want to use has the right equipment applied. Instead, I care about flexibility and variety. I always wanted to have multiple loadouts per character, with the goal being to have multiple different builds which enable each character to be optimized for different roles. For example, Genshin's Raiden Shogun could have either an Electro DPS or a full EM build, or Yanfei could have a Pyro DPS or a shield support build, and so on. Some characters could want even more. Note that if a game were to implement the type of loadout that I want, it would actually make the issues we're talking about worse, since it would mean I'd need even more builds. But since I don't want to min-max, that's less of a problem for me. A combination of the two approaches would be ideal, since then everybody would be happy. And of course, we can't mention loadouts without emphasizing that whatever Genshin are doing for this is just an utter joke at this point. A long while ago, they announced that they were adding loadouts, but it turned out to be an auto-equipper instead. And just a few weeks ago, they announced loadouts again, only for it to mean you can save 2 configurations to that auto-equipper itself per character, but can't customize the artifacts it selects, rendering it utterly pointless for either of these use cases. At this point, it's hard to tell whether they're just very slowly working their way towards implementing the loadouts people have been requesting for half a decade
that way they
now,
can
or
farm
just
devs
flat out
listen
slowly
from
as well.
dumbasses.
So, how does this feel from the player's perspective? When
They're
it comes
doing
to
it on
progression,
purpose.
it's kind of mixed. Getting a lucky roll can give you a dopamine hit, but this is offset by the frustration felt for the rest of the time, so the balance there will depend on the player. In the long term, it is nice to see gradual improvement and build a sense of ownership across your account, but that's not unique to systems with such emphasis on RNG, and if anything, the randomness
That way you
mutes as
guys
much
can
of
see.
ownership you could feel. There are some people who love optimizing their builds for theoretical damage output, and there is some sense of accomplishment gained from putting together a strong build, but at a fundamental level, the RNG involved throws away true player agency. If you ever compare this to the experience of customizing a character's build in games like Baldur's Gate, Final Fantasy, or Expedition 33, the difference is stark. And since there are always going to be some people who are abnormally unlucky, systems which lean too heavily into RNG at best demotivate those players due to a sense of unfairness it provides, or worse, risk introducing progression walls where players are unable to continue due to lack of adequate equipment rather than any skill issues. You could argue that the equipment doesn't make that big a difference, but if that were true, then players wouldn't have much of a reason to bother in the first place. And for longevity, it's also a double-edged sword. Gear optimization can add depth and replayability, and once you have an extensive
You farm artifacts Genshin the other day, you notice the rates of getting something's okay.
And tweak your builds until they
It's worse than
really
before.
But
Honestly, they were never good in the first place.
There's only so much time you can spend.
They were never good in the first place. They were always atrocious. Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Mundane. For my taste, it feels like sticking the plaster of a profound lack of idea.
Here's the thing. If everything was weighted equally, it still wouldn't help. Even if all the good stuff was weighted just as equally as the bad stuff, instead of what they actually are, it still wouldn't help much. The actual stuff is just so awfully designed because of all the layers of RNG involved that, depending on the slot you're looking for, it is technically easier to win a lottery jackpot. If you were to get a lottery ticket and take an attempt every single time, the fucking lottery is theoretically easier to win. Because of how many layers of RNG that are involved. Like, it gets really ridiculous when you think about it.
Ideas for how to make these games engaging for
And it's done on
players,
purpose.
a way to artificially inflate the game.
Artificial engagement, not genuine engagement, is basically what they have.
Playtime without providing much value in return. They aim to bring people back by promising a chance to make their accounts slightly stronger, even though this means any future content will be less challenging and therefore potentially less fun. I wish they'd find some way to drive engagement by making a day-to-day experience of endgame player enjoyable instead. Much of the real long-term fun comes from player creativity, speedruns, restricted playthroughs, and so on, so perhaps that might be a better direction to take. The endless
They
grind
won't
for
do it,
improvements with no guarantee for success is a recipe for burnout. It can be good for retention. After all, if you see another game with a similar system, the idea of starting over can be a daunting prospect. But that perspective fails to see that there are so many other games which don't have these systems at all.
I don't
it's
know,
only
man.
a matter of time before
Either
live
way,
service
it's
got to
just
take
awful.
inspiration from
Like, here's the reality, man. The best thing that can ever happen to a lot of these games is them going end of service. And then them trying to salvage what they have left and sell it to you as a regular game. So that they'll be forced to get rid of the bullshit. That is the best thing that could ever happen to a lot of them. As sad as that sounds, it is honestly the best thing that could ever happen. For those who want to play it for that reason. So, like, at some point, it might just be you're just better off just not bothering at all and just waiting. Waiting for something to happen. Either it goes end of service and then a private server gets made, or they try to do an official offline version. That's the only way you'll ever get the version that won't be awful. That's basically the only way to get that. Right.
Those instead removes that barrier for entry completely and reaps the rewards from actually being player friendly. Once that happens, the existing games may have some tough decisions to make, and from a monetization perspective, it's self-evidently hostile towards the players. These systems are designed in a way which is intended to frustrate, partly to keep players hooked on a potential that they could get what they want, but also in the hopes that they will part with some cash in order to get extra rolls of the dice. Yes, this is just how gachas work, and it is kinda what people expect when they sign up for a gacha game, but that does not make it any less worth highlighting, and it doesn't mean there is no hope for things to get better. I also suspect that there's a hidden downside to these systems, even from the dev's perspective. Multiple times I've considered pulling for a new character, but in the end decided to skip. And
It's
one of
so
the things
demotivating
which
to pull
contributed
one
to that decision
because
also
of what
was
you have to
having
do
go
next.
through the pain of building yet another character. I've talked to many people who
Exactly.
dropped the game entirely because of this kind of experience, and I always wonder how widespread it is. I'd be curious to know how accurately any analysis the game companies run can capture such a subtle cause and effect. And finally, the way devs tend to treat these systems leaves players feeling like their feedback is being completely ignored.
Because it
It's
is.
understandable for them to be cautious. If they make a change which tips things too far in the other direction, it would be very unpopular for them to roll it back. It's far safer
Yep.
to make tiny incremental improvements and see how each change affects the equipment economy before taking the next step towards improvements. But the pace at which certain developers are doing this is truly glacial. Genshin only really started addressing any of these issues once Wuwa appeared on the scene, for example.
I wouldn't call
and
them,
each
like,
iteration they
addressing.
make is very small, very
Pretending
limited,
to
and
address
frankly,
them,
very
sure.
disappointing.
But I wouldn't call it a genuine, like,
but still seem
them
reluctant to make
genuinely
more
addressing
fundamental
it.
changes, and I totally get why they're cautious. Fortunately, new games coming out have the opportunity to take much more drastic steps. Just look at Duet Night Abyss, which I covered in my previous video. I tried it out for that first look, and was legitimately excited to see solutions to so many of the perpetual issues which plague gacha games, including the complete removal of RNG from the equipment system. As I emphasized in the video, those were very early first impressions, meaning we have no way to know yet how effective the system will be in the long run, how grindy it is, and so on, but regardless of whether that game delivers on its early promise, we can hope that the existence of such ideas in the market and the fans' reaction to them will be a force for change in the existing games as well. RNG equipment is a double-edged sword for the developers. It can fuel engagement and improve retention, but the endless
artificially
treadmill
fuel
introduce a whole
engagement.
host of problems and
I
lead
would
to
call
player
it
frustration
artificial
or even
engagement,
apathy
though.
and burnout in the long run. They aim to combine randomness with player agency, and while the balance they strike obviously appeals to many players, for my taste they lean too far towards randomness for me to ever find them satisfying. It's possible this could feel different. Maybe some of the mitigations they've already built could work if they weren't so tightly restricted, or maybe the RNG would feel fine if there wasn't such a hard time gate in place blocking us from making improvements. I'm curious what other people think.
level of
Is
moving the
RNG
time
a
gate would
necessary
help
evil for
that
a live
much.
service single player game? Is there some way they could fix it, or is it just an outdated design which should be phased out as soon as possible? Until next time.
Let me just kill Seal first. Like, it's just artificial engagement, not genuine engagement. You're doing it because you have to, not because you want to. That one's good video. Oh boy, what's this one? Luxury locking, oh boy.
I'm gonna be honest, I have absolutely zero idea on how to intro into this one, so we're just gonna jump right in. But before we continue, it's time to pay my editors. This time, we're sponsored by LD Shop. Look man, I play a lot of gacha games. I know you do too. Things get pretty expensive after a while.
No, don't do LD Shop. You help me out, you go use my link instead.
Trend in the past couple of months. An upsetting trend that I feel like not enough people are complaining about. A trend I can apply to any one gacha game, however, its effects can be felt throughout the entire industry. That being
I think he means like when they make a completely useless character until you get another character to make them usable. I think that's what he means. Because I see some of this is dual locked meta over here. My guess it's when they create a problem and then sell you a solution that is another character. They make them shit or unusable on purpose, so they can sell you another one to fix it. I think that's what he means.
Being the new annoying feature where a character will release premium 5-star DPS or what have you that is reliant on another character in order to function properly.
Honestly, he shouldn't say reliant and just say dependent. It really would strike it. It would strike even better if he said the word dependent instead of reliant. Yep. Honestly, nah, we'll just leave it like this. Should call them dependencies, though.
The community has yet to come up with a term for these type of characters.
I call them
upon
dependents.
research, I couldn't find one myself, so I'm just gonna dub this as luxury locking. I want you to take a minute and think to yourself, in any gacha game you currently play right now, is there a DPS character that exists that borderline requires another character in order to function properly? Go ahead, think about it for a second, run down to the comments and yell at me your answer.
I mean, from what I'm currently playing, not really, no.
Now go ahead and like, comment, and subscribe while you're down there. You good? You ready? Good, because time's up. I'm just gonna spitball a few, and you can tell me if I got it right. Fei Zhao and Robin.
I don't play that shit.
Zani and Phoebe. Mavwika and Setlali. Or Acheron and Jiao.
Yeah, I don't play any of those.
Play another game. How many of the characters that I just named came out within the past year? Yeah, that's right. All of them. This isn't really something that's new, and a majority of...
I mean, ToF had a few dependent characters, but they haven't done that in a long-ass time, actually. They haven't released a dependent character in a long time. Last time was what? Fesa, right? That had a dependency on summons. That was the last time they ever did that. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that was the last time. Before Fesa, they had that problem on Rubilia. And then before Rubilia, that was a problem on specifically Anna. Or like there was a dependency thing there. But like all of those were like what? Those were like 2 years ago. So it's like we haven't had that problem in a long time now.
Of gacha games, there is a team-based mechanic, because it's a very easy way for the developers to sell you more characters with significantly less effort. After all, at the end of the day, gacha developers are out to make money, and if your team comp is entirely listed upon the back of one character, it's going to cut into your revenue a tad. So in order to make up for that, we have released 4 brand spanking new character slots for you to fill in with other premium characters. And with such large teams comes the capacity for partner play, where you're going to want one specific unit to go onto the team in order to maximize your DPS. However, whereas before it felt like a majority of characters were created and they just so happened to have decent synergy, now it feels like new characters are handcrafted in order to be the fill-in slot of a specific unit. For example, we can look all the way back to early 1.0 Genshin, where the most—
Actually, we don't get that problem in ToF anymore. We haven't had that problem in forever. You just use whatever is the newest, and it'll work for the most part. We don't get that problem. As long as it don't clash for roles, it'll work.
overpowered team on release was the national team comp, which consisted of either
Right.
Chongyun or my—
Hi there, Lee-kun. Welcome, welcome. But yeah. Somehow we avoided that issue in ToF. Well, no, we had that problem in the early days, but we haven't had that as a thing since, what? Fesa was the last unit with a dependency problem. I'm pretty sure. Was it? Yeah, it should be Fesa's the last one that had, like, a full dependency to function. But yeah.
my girl Sucrose, and then the rest of the team would consist of Zhang Ling, Jing Shou, and then Bennett. These characters are wholly unique from one another. However, they just so happen to have some sort of synergy that makes them work very well together. Bennett allowing the entire team to get heals and snapshot a buff, Zhang Ling wanting a battery from Bennett in order to spam her burst, Jing Shou being able to funnel energy into the rest of the team while providing Hydro off field, and then Sucrose would exist to buff Elemental Mastery and further increase damage with Viridescent Venerer, while also being a decent driver and grouper, or Chongyun would exist to freeze, shatter, and then vape the rest of the team's hits. These characters are wholly unique, but they just so happen to function very well when on a team together. I cannot say the same for more recent events. Whereas old characters were complete on launch, we're starting to see a trend.
But yeah, I have a fan that's on right now. And I'm using noise gates and stuff to block some of the noise. I don't exactly have the best setup here. But yeah.
Where new characters are released, wholly expecting you to play them with characters that they've either released in the past or have yet to release in the future. And unless you have these specific units on the team, you will not see the apex of their calculations. Now, a lot of people would like to say that in Genshin, the first major time we saw an incident like this was Mavuika with Silao. However, I would very much disagree. The first major incident involving this was definitely Nuvolet and Farina, which is a very interesting statement because a lot of people said before Farina released that Nuvolet wouldn't want her on the team. Oh, how well that aged. Farina wants massive health fluctuations in order to fully stack her buff. At the time of release and to this current day, the only character that can achieve these results quickly and efficiently without the help of some other healer on the team is Nuvolet. They are very clearly made to function well together. If you do not have Farina on the team, you will see a pretty significant damage loss. However, it is nowhere near as bad as some of them later later characters, for example, Kanich, who on release straight up did not have a functioning kit. You see, Kanich wants to be played with another Natlan character, and he wants to be played with other Pyro characters, and on release, that just didn't exist. The only viable options were fully dedicating Kanich to some sort of team with either a Dea or maybe a Zhangling to apply Pyro, a Bennett for a buff, and some sort of character with Deepwood. I like to use Zhongli. It wasn't until months and months later with the release of Mavwika where we saw this exact character archetype be fulfilled, and as a result, Kanich saw a massive damage spike. The same thing did happen with Mulani too. But going back to Mavwika, she is not alone in this case. Everybody knows the infamous banner occurrence where Mavwika, the best DPS in the game and one of the best supports in the game, rolled at the same time as her best in slot support that increases her base kit functionality by such a significant margin that some people would recommend you not even pull Mavwika unless you have Sitlali first. But then, of course, we have the absolute apex
I don't know
of
who
this
the hell
situation
the
where
characters this
Skirt
guy's
has
talking about are.
released, and she loses roughly 40,000 DPS if you do not have a Scoffier on the
that a
team,
lot?
and Farina too, but mostly a Scoffier. That is so
I don't know, is 40,000 a lot there? I don't know Genshin numbers these days. Is that a lot? Because depending on the game, that could be negligible.
such an insane level of difference that we have not seen in any other game, except no, we actually have. As you all know, I am down to dog wash on Honkai Star Rail any day of the week, and it seems that a majority of people are finally agreeing, as a significant portion of the YouTubers have quit playing the game, so hey, maybe this time I won't get harassed for stating my opinion, but Star Rail is no better. Matter of fact, they've been doing the same thing for a much longer period of time, with the release of the lovely Fei Zhao, who if you did not have Robin, she was basically not worth pulling. All of Fei Zhao's damage comes from what I like to refer to as death by 1,000 cuts gameplay, where she will swing her axe rapidly upon X amount of hits, and then deal one big burst once you've reached the threshold. Robin is a character that action forwards the entire team, supplies attack bonuses, and, of course, she gains energy when you follow-up attack. And because Fei Zhao is a follow-up attack spammer, they are an ideal match together. But maybe you would say that's an unfair argument, because Robin is more of a generalist buffer. Okay, well then there's Acheron and Jiaoshi. While Jiaoshi is a generalist in the sense he is a good flex spot on mostly any team, there comes the problem that he was very obviously made to buff Acheron. You see, Acheron's issue is she is a character that wants to launch her burst in order to get high amounts of damage. In order to launch her burst, she needs to get specific effects off on enemies. Jiaoshi is a character that can apply these debuff effects in mass numbers. By applying a debuff on his skill, as well as his ultimate, as well as every single time an enemy takes action after he used his ultimate, it is wholly predictable for Acheron to get multiple bursts off in one rotation, whereas without Jiaoshi, you would be getting roughly half of that. A little more, a little less, depending on the team comp. And because so much of Acheron's damage is locked behind her burst, you could imagine what a massive increase this is. I will give Star Rail credit where it is due, however. In recent years, they have been releasing more generalist buffers instead of specialist buffers, with characters like Hyacine and Sunday and Tribby, who make up what I like to refer to as the wheelchair comp, because any crippled DPS can full clear the MOC if they have the wheelchair. But hold on, Kurobots,
the wheelchair,
who stumbled upon this video, I am not only here to dog stomp on Hoyo games. You're gonna get your turn too, because we now have this problem in Wuthering Waves. With the release of Zani and Phoebe, we are seeing a very concerning trend where a character wants her weapon, a teammate, and her teammate's weapon in order to reach the highest potential DPS threshold, which is normal. However, the difference between these characters and their SIGs is so universally vast that the developers for all of the tier list have to put two separate calculations, one without Phoebe and one with Phoebe. And just so you know,
Damn.
the difference between the two is roughly 46%. That's not personal damage, that is team comp damage. Which, in theory, I'd be fine with if the character didn't literally immediately get power crept in the very next patch. Way to go, guys. Now, some people out there would say this is an
They got
overblown
power
problem.
crept
I have seen the
immediately
take
next
floated
patch.
around by a couple
Damn.
of people saying that who cares? No shit, the 5-star sub DPS is better than the 4-star options. Obviously, if you get a 5-star support, they will outperform everything else. But to that I say, 1, that avoids the core issue, and 2, I'll just play ball. The problem here is not that these characters have a limited time 5-star and or premium option that buffs them significantly. That is not an issue. The problem is, these characters are designed to be buffed by one specific archetype and have absolutely no other alternative, because the developers know that meta sells, and if they kneecap a character's potential, you as the consumer have 2 options. 1, deal with it, not ideal, we're gamblers is what it is, and 2, just get the fucking character. Players should not feel like they are forced to pull multiple $200+ characters
$400, not 200.
just so that they can get the full usage out of one of them. All it does is incite FOMO in players, expecting them to spend even more money so that they don't feel like they wasted their potential. There's a term for this. It's called the sunk cost fallacy, and the developers are hoping you fall for it and pull their slot. But here's the real kicker. When these characters are created, they are gutting the longevity of the unit, because 9 times out of 10, when one of these specialized support characters are released, they are intended to be played with a specific DPS character. Once that DPS character falls out of the meta, the support in question also falls out of the meta unless another character is baked with that same kit in order to sell themselves. And this is actually pretty common, because for the game developer, it's very intuitive for them to create a new character that functions well with an old character, because that by proxy sells the new character and the old character. And because the profit incentive is the only real goal at the end of the day, you're not really going to see 4-star alternatives, because why would the devs do that? Then you wouldn't feel like you have to pull the character. And if you're gonna try and sit here and tell me that's not the case, I would like to once again point back to Star Rail. On Linksha's initial debut, the majority of the community decided they were not going to pull her, because the difference between Linksha and Gallagher wasn't really that big. And because Gallagher was a viable 4-star alternative that filled the same role, Linksha had some of the lowest banner sales in the game's history. The devs see this and extrapolate it to the rest of their game. Why make a 4-star alternative? Well, you don't, because it makes you lose money. And now we sit in this awesome situation we currently have, where all future characters are going to want their delegated 5-star premium support. How fun. But with that all being said, ladies and gentlemen, if you like the video, like. If you dislike it, dislike it. And if you really like me, go ahead and subscribe. See you all.
Yeah, create a problem and then sell the solution. Alright, that gets marked off the list. Imagine. Alright, let's see. Why they prefer, I don't know. I don't. What is this? I was said this as well the other day. We're like really behind on Reacts.
Genshin is the worst one!
Oh boy, that is a loud one. I'm just gonna do like the freaking mini event thing here on the side. Let me just get this window a bit bigger. So you can see me do the you know, it's like the carrot event, but not the Aster event here. Well, we do this.
On top gets you better than the Kuro dogs, Hoyo virgin could never. Kuro
The fuck is this shit?
Augusta slaughters 1 week of Wuwa HP inflation. LOL 25%. Shit game, just a copy could never beat the original. Look at this prostitute. No, look at this prostitute. No, look at my shiny gambling addiction. No, look at mine. Wuwa CC bad. Steve Bundax good.
The
Can I
fuck?
get your guys' attention? Okay, great. Recently, a huge YouTuber named Nicholas Light has entered the Gacha Gauntlet. And as at the time of writing this, played
Okay, who is
Genshin
that
Wuwa
guy?
ZZZ, and is just now giving HSR a shot. He's played through all of Wuwa, stopped playing ZZZ due to annoying fans on both sides of the children's playground that they like to call their battlefield,
Okay.
and then quit Genshin after like an hour or two. But hey, he's enjoying HSR. I think. But a big point of conversation was how he went from this to this. So yeah, as expected, a lot of Genshin fans are upset and WoW fans are rejoicing while the minority of Kurobots are gloating. They got recognition from, and by most definitions, a normie.
Okay.
Which I thought people hated, but you know, if it means glazing the thing that they like, then yippee, I guess.
Okay.
That's not really what I want to talk about. I want to talk about this specific clip.
Wuthering Waves to me is me in my best shape, right? I wake up in the morning, I could get the day going, I could get my day started, I could grind hard, I could work out, I could have a great day and everything. Muscles, I'm ripped, I'm eating right, I don't feel sluggish, I'm energized, I don't feel tired all day. Genshin Impact to me is the opposite. It's out of shape in Nicholas Light. It's walking up 3 steps and I'm out of breath in Nicholas Light. Slow and sluggish and I don't want to wake up and I'm just feeling tired all day. That's what Genshin Impact felt for me.
I think this line right here perfectly encapsulates the biggest reason why people are starting to gravitate towards Wuthering Waves more than Genshin. And no, this isn't a video to dog on Genshin.
Okay.
Trust me, I have more than enough disdain for the game to do that. But I'm looking at this through the lens of someone who likes video games. And as someone who's played a bunch of different video games throughout my life, I like to think I know a little something something. So we're going to talk about why I think new players like Nicholas are gravitating towards WoW as opposed to Genshin, and why those first 30 minutes are so important. Yep, we're going to start with some psychology.
Okay.
Here, I'll put this up for the more attention deficit viewers. We're going to talk about 2 things: first impression and tolerance. TLDR, studies show that you have about 1/10 of a second to make a first impression. So
Alright.
about the same amount of time to zero out your bank account when you're buying pulls.
I just went all
Alongside that, just because
50-50
of how our
now.
brains are wired, it can be really hard to shake judgments based
That
off of
won't change things, man. For me personally, I would play neither, man. There's like nothing in them that would make me willing to tolerate the bullshit stuff they have in place that I would ever like bother to play them again. Unless I get paid. Like, I would never play their shit again unless I get money for it. That's the only way I'm ever gonna touch their shit again. I won't even bother, like, checking their shit again when the freaking 6.0 whatever happens in Genshin, like we've been checking every single year. Because we all know it's just gonna be another shit fest where we're just gonna get disappointed. We're basically gonna told, oh, thank you, Traveler Prince, but the princess is in another castle. And then it's left with the same awful gameplay loop that they have in there. And then Wuwa just has the exact same problem as well. Except instead of that, you just have, you have the rover just gathering the next whore. To then discard later when he finds a new whore. And again, it's just like the same problem, the same bullshit in there. Sure, you can move faster in there, but just no. It doesn't fix the actual problems I have.
first impressions due to, well, human nature and our tendency to look for confirmatory evidence. Plus, there's this thing known as the anchoring effect, which is basically our tendency to judge something heavily based off of the first piece of information we get. I'm sure we've all been in that situation where no matter how different a person may be, that one weird thing that stood out during the
Someone
first
have
encounter
something
will
weird in their
always
mind when
linger
they
in
talk
your
very
head.
different about
That's why
two games that
Genshin
are the
and
same. I
Raw
know.
and honestly, a lot of
They're
games start
literally
out
the
with a
same fucking garbage. They're just a different coat of paint. It's like, I don't like the bullshit in one place, I'm not gonna like the same bullshit in another place. So instead, it's more of they have to make me willing to tolerate the bullshit. Which neither of them can do it. The only way they can fix it is either they pay me to tolerate it, or they get rid of it entirely. So like, since neither of those are happening, I'm not bothering. Like, that's it. Like, when it basically just feels like you're just going in there and you're just working. You're just doing work or whatever. They better make it worth my while. If not, then I'm not gonna bother. Right? Like, it is what it is. Especially when, like, honestly, like, pulling a new character in those games as well is the most motivating thing because of what happens after you pull the character. It's no longer exciting when you realize, oh shit, now I gotta go do this, this, and that. And then worry about the stamina thing so I can go get these materials so I can do this, this, and that. And the other thing over X amount of days. And then you gotta go through their awful gearing system where, like, getting a single min-max piece of gear because of all the layers of RNG is theoretically significantly harder than winning a lottery jackpot where you guess, like, 6 different unique numbers between 1 and 49, which is about 1 in 15 million odds, if you were wondering. It's about 1 in 15 million odds, which is obviously atrocious. But you'd be surprised how many layers of RNG these things have to make something even worse than that. Like, once you get to so many dice rolls on top of dice rolls, on top of coin flips, on top of more dice rolls, on top of another dice roll, on top of another set of dice rolls, on top of another set of dice rolls for each and every single last piece. Right? Like, it's just... the freaking thing is just gonna multiply up, and you're probably in likelihood of getting anything you want. That just evaporates.
Big cutscene to hook you in and keep your attention. Like how I sound like a moron in the beginning.
But like, yeah.
Probably riled up both fandoms. See how I brought it back around? I did the good. We could go more into depth, but I want you to focus on the actual gameplay over anything else.
Yeah, and there's no gameplay in them. They're effectively the same shit. Which is why the freaking gameplay is missing. And like, you guys know my stance on skip buttons anyways. Right, like what's the point in going through something if you're just gonna skip it anyways? What's even the point? Right?
Because within the first play session, you're going to be interacting with the gameplay more than the story. And before the children go into the comments and type, "LOL, it's because he knows Genshin is about to..." Shut the fuck up. You sound dumb. We'll talk about that later. It's a video game. Gameplay is the essence of a video game. If the gameplay sucks, no one wants to play the game. It's that simple. And all things considered, Genshin has a lot to offer. An interesting combat mechanic in the elemental reactions, a bunch of unique characters, and a huge open world environment to run around in and explore.
Too bad it's shit.
Yet, you're only interacting with one of these elements right out the get-go. The open world.
Yep.
This is an open world game. And man, Genshin kind of fails as an open world game.
Yeah, and WoW fails even worse. Even harder. Because they have even less shit than what Genshin can do. But he's talking about gameplay, but then like, where is that again? Ah yes, this clip right here. The classic. Look at this gameplay, guys.
You can AFK this? No need to press any buttons? Wait, surely I need to press like here though, right? No
Amazing gameplay, am I right?
You don't even have to click. What?
Amazing gameplay, guys. Very amazing gameplay. That is some truly amazing gameplay.
This is insane. Why make it this easy? No. Okay.
Right? Like, and that's just the reality. They pretend to have gameplay. But then you go in and look back and, like, there is none. When that's what waits for you. When you realize that you can play the entirety of the story blindfolded for combat sessions and just either AFK them or just not look at the game and just spam the attack button. If you have a controller with a turbo button, just turn on turbo and tape down the button, come back after like 20 minutes, and it'll be done anyways. Which is basically how I ended up doing shit in WoW the last time I even played it for a lot of the stuff in there. When I couldn't auto it, I just freaking put a button down on turbo and just looked at something else. because we were playing Balatro instead because of how boring it was. But yeah, like that's the peak gameplay, man. And like the reality is, when you want to skip over that stuff too, it's just like, what's the point? Right? And like that's the thing. You can say that all you want, but the reality is even they have the same problem, or if not, it's worse.
I'm not saying this in a haha Genshin sucks kind of way. I'm saying this because there is a severe design flaw with Genshin that they overlooked when copying the notes of Breath of the Wild.
They didn't though. They didn't copy Breath of the Wild. Not really. If you played Breath of the Wild and go play Genshin, you would realize they're not the same shit. It's not even close. Like, I wonder if the people that are talking, well, are saying that shit have ever actually played Breath of the Wild. I wonder how many of them have actually played it.
Need to understand about open world games.
I mean, here's the thing. What happens when you want to even skip everything else on top of that?
Is that they need to fulfill these requirements to be successful. An interesting world to explore.
Yep.
And an actual fun way to traverse the world. Genshin does have
I wouldn't say a fun way to traverse it is a requirement, man. I wouldn't say that. But because the reason why is you have to build the world and the environments around the tools you're given to make it fun and interesting. Because, like, the reality is, right? You're not gonna, like, there's a reason why, like, even without open world games, like, back then, objectively, can you say, let's say Super Mario World is better than, Sonic the Hedgehog on the Sega Genesis? They're both 2D games, they're both side-scrollers. But both games are fundamentally different with what they're going for. The Mario game is way slower. Super Mario World, if you can get the Cape Feather power-up, you can fly. But with the Sonic game, you can go really, really fast. Right? It's like, can you say one is better than the other? Like, objectively. You can say which one you like more. But you can't objectively say one is better than the other. I guess, like, unless you're talking about things like from a technical standpoint on how fast things can go in there, on, like, certain individual specific things, but, like, overall, you can't really say one game is better than the other. Right? Unless you're, like, again, like, you have to be looking at very specific things. Like, yeah, the Sonic game in an individual playthrough is going to be shorter than Mario World. But a lot of Mario World stuff is designed to be one run through and done, while the other one is designed to be replayed through for various different reasons. To get your playtime up. With those older games there. But, like, you can apply that to logic to, like, any other type of game that are kind of similar in their own sense, too. It's like, it's more so how you build the stuff around it. Just because you can go fast doesn't mean you made anything interesting. Because at some point as well, if you just go too fast, you're just skipping over everything. And if you just want to skip over everything, then what's the point? And it's kind of why, like, a lot of games as well, a lot of developers and stuff, they're hesitant to just give you the ability to fly. At most, usually they'll give you, like, a gliding ability, or they'll still severely limit things. Because the problem is, when you just fly over everything, you skip over everything. And unless they design something in the air as well, and put the game, not on the ground level, but in the air where you are, you quickly realize that there's just nothing there. And, like, what's the point when you're just flying over everything if, the game isn't built around it? Like, if you were to play, like, let's say something like Star Fox, where you're flying in a ship. And you go compare, or like some other, like, space combat shooter type thing, or if you're playing a game where you're flying a fighter jet or whatever. And you compare that to just flying over an empty map. One of them actually has the game, and the other one is just flying over an empty map. right? Like, I remember, like, as well, when I used to play World of Warcraft, that very big open world MMO type game, you can fly in that game too. You could get flying mounts. Except, Blizzard made it so that you can't just go flying immediately. They make it so you have to do a bunch of other things to eventually unlock flying. At least that's how they did it before. Like, I remember, what they would do is, like, they would add flying, in, the current expansion behind, you have to get to the maximum level. So you would have played through a lot of the stuff, the main stuff already, before you unlocked flying. And the flying is just like an extra bonus reward to go mess around with after. Or they would do other things too, where like, they would just add zones where flying is completely banned, where you're just not allowed to fly at all. They'll put like some lore reason why. Or then like, they'll do stuff like, you can get flying, but you have to like unlock this crazy achievement thing, which basically makes you do all the content first, and then you can fly later because the thing wasn't built around flying, but it's like, people like it as a nice little reward on the side. They would do things that way, because the problem is if you just fly over everything. You just skip over everything and then you complain that there was no content or whatever. Because you just skipped over whatever was there. But then there's like the other thing too, where you can just put the content in the air if you're gonna talk about flying. You have to like build and design your game and content around the tools given to actually make it interesting. Otherwise, what's the point?
Of a pretty interesting world. Despite being a little offbeat at times with the themes, it's still a nice world. The problem is, movement sucks.
Yep.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, here it goes again with the stamina and climbing walls.
Well, yes, this is where I go, but you need to understand the movement is important because it's an open world game.
I don't think it's that. I think it's more so they just how the stuff is designed around the movement, not the movement itself. Like, the reality is, if you go and, let's say, look at... Like, he used GTA... He used the clip from a GTA game earlier.
The time
where the guy was just walking.
Point A to point B.
Walking in the Grand Theft Auto games or whatever and running around is way slower than movement in a lot of these games there. But nobody ever complained about, you know, the characters that you're playing as in Grand Theft Auto walking too slow. Even though they actually move a lot slower than a lot of these things in these games. They physically just move slower. Because the stuff has other things designed around it to compensate. So it's like, it doesn't annoy people.
Genshin without fast travel is not only slow, but unsatisfying. The most you have for traversal for all characters, not specific characters, that's a whole issue on its own, but let's skip the topic, is, well, running for a short amount of time.
Yeah.
And climbing for a short amount of time. Even with maxed out stamina, it feels slow and sluggish. And gliding, which, by the way, in my opinion, sucks in every game that isn't Breath of the Wild or Batman. This shit is so cringe and lame, and I need it out of my games, please. Just my opinion, though. When you think about games like Spider-Man or Miles Morales or Spider-Man 2, the thing everyone loves are the beautiful open world that's complemented by its incredible traversal system. You can
because the game was built around it too.
Vault over and parkour, do tricks, do flips, and even in some.
And like, here's the thing though with the Spider-Man example here. Can you imagine what it would be like if you gave this Spider-Man moveset and then chucked it into Genshin? Where you don't have this, like, large urban environment with all these buildings and stuff
when you think about
to do anything around. It'd be fucking useless.
Games like Spider-Man.
Right? Like, if you could do this shit in Genshin, this would be useless. Because there's nothing to do this, to grapple and do this shit on. Same with Wuwa, like, the freaking game isn't built around doing this type of shit. Right? As cool as this thing here, this swinging thing is here, you'd have, like, nowhere to use this in those types of games.
Or Miles Morales, or Spider-Man 2, the thing everyone loves are the beautiful open world that's complemented by its incredible traversal system. You can swing around, launch yourself, vault over and parkour, do tricks, do flips, And even in some other games, it's incorporated into the combat and allows you to bounce
Yeah.
off of enemies. And if Spider-Man is too specific, then look at games like Prototype, Infamous Second Son, Assassin's Creed, GTA, The Witcher. The options are literally endless. And newsflash, almost every game I mentioned predates Genshin, but you need to have that balance, or else you would end up with a game like Forspoken that allows cool movement, but a bland world to explore. I don't know about you, but if I don't even feel good moving around, I'm over the game in about 10 minutes. Even Breath of the Wild allows you to ride around on a horse. And remember why I said that gliding sucks in games that aren't in Batman and Breath of the Wild? It's more than just that. Aside from horses, Breath of the Wild has almost the exact same movement. Except contextually, it makes sense. Besides all the fantasy and magic in the Legend of Zelda world, Link himself is a pretty grounded character. He almost has zero magical abilities inherently. So him running around and gliding and climbing walls makes sense. But when you look at Genshin, you see motherfuckers summoning meteors, ripping space-time, and be fucking Blastoise. But then you gotta pick flower number 439.
I mean, to be fair, Blastoise isn't even a good Pokemon. It has a really unfortunate stat distribution. It's not exactly great.
At the top of a cliff face, and this is what you're looking at.
Yeah. Though the reality is you're not really intended to be climbing this anyways. You're not exactly supposed to be climbing that anyways.
Remember that whole meme of it makes you feel like Spider-Man? Well, as overplayed as it was, that should be the goal of the game. When I'm playing Spider-Man, I want to feel like Spider-Man. When I'm playing God of War, I want to feel like Kratos. But when I'm playing Genshin, I don't feel anything with the characters I'm playing. There's a serious disconnect because there's almost zero relation to how a character feels to play compared to how they're described in any other form. They feel like shitty action figures from the 99-cent store that promises you that they're official merchandise. It's immersion breaking. It's stupid looking, and worst of all, it's boring. The moment your game bores a player, you've lost them. They're gonna hop off. Bore them enough times, you'll never see that player again. And arguably, movement is more important than the combat.
Honestly, because like they don't design shit around the thing anyways. They shouldn't have put climbing. They shouldn't have made climbing a thing in the first place. That was kind of their own problem there by letting you climb. Like, a simple solution to that problem is just don't make it so you can't climb. That is like a simple solution. Just don't have climbing at all.
Itself. Genshin could have the most insane combat of all time. It doesn't. But if it takes me 7 business days and 4 Red Bulls to get from one fight to another, you've lost me. You could.
I mean, like, for me, it's like I don't even want to just skip to the next fight, man. I end up freaking wanting to skip that shit too. But I also have that problem with Bua too. I don't even want to do this shit there.
You could even make this comparison to real life. Imagine if you could only travel through New York City by walking or car and there were no trains or buses. Suddenly, going to that fire-ass pizza spot in Little Italy doesn't sound so peachy keen. Wuwa makes small changes and additions to the movement, but suddenly it completely transforms the experience.
Yeah, it didn't really transform it for me. Because the fucking thing I was traversing was just extremely boring, empty, and devoid of just basically everything. So I was just bored the entire time. Especially because there's no physics tied to the movement. So I can't exactly do anything interesting with it. So I just get bored. Here's the thing though, Wua's flight doesn't solve the problem, man. Wua's flight is just a skip button, and it doesn't really have anything outside of it. Like, the thing is, It's just a glorified glider with a button you can hold to ascend very briefly. That's all. It's not actually a flight thing. You're not actually flying. It's just a glider with an ascend button. A temporary ascend button. It's not really like flying. I get like, it doesn't really fix anything. Alright, like they act like it's so, like the fucking second coming of Jesus when it's literally just the same crap again.
You can run infinitely as long as
you can run infinitely, but not when you're in combat. Okay.
Combat. You can parkour. You can run on walls.
Yeah, you can run on walls, but there's nothing on the fucking walls.
You don't have to rotate around an overhang. You can flip.
It's like, yeah, sure, this is cool and all, but when there's like nothing there, you're just using it to skip over things. I stopped caring because I'm just like, what's the point? You effectively turned all movement into a straight line. If like you're basically just moving in a big long ass straight line. And then I just stopped caring because this is just basically a straight line.
Over it. You can grapple and all this.
You can't really grapple onto things unless there's like a predetermined grapple spot. At that point, for the most part, it's basically non-existent. Unless you just happen to be in a spot where there's a grapple point. So you just end up not really making much use of it anyways.
This makes traversal so much more seamless.
I wouldn't say make it more seamless. Because like there's nothing to use it on.
There were parkour videos coming out during WoW's release. And
yeah, the parkour video is just weird because you just run up that thing in a straight line.
we saw the same thing when Flight was introduced, with people showing off their flight abilities. When you make an action open world game, there's almost just as much importance on how you play the game outside of combat as there is during combat.
Yeah, except there's nothing fucking there. There's like nothing here. Oh boy, this guy is just running in a straight line. Let's go. Straight line simulator over here.
And yes, I maintain that gliding is still boring and
Yep. It sucks.
lame and stupid in WoW as well. But again, that's just my opinion. It just don't got the same flavor as Batman.
Well, that's because Batman has fucking physics tied to the flight. Or not flight, gliding. There's actual physics and momentum involved. You have none in those things. You have none. But what you do have is insane amounts of jump deceleration. For some reason. I don't know why the freaking devs for these games, they really like to have jump deceleration and very, very aggressive amounts of it. Where cause the thing is, right? Oh, let me open Paint. And I can show you what I mean. Okay, we have Paint here, right? So let's say you're moving this direction, right? Let's say you're moving in this direction. And you're gonna jump. Right? Oh, where's the pen tool? You're gonna do a jump. Right? If you do a jump when moving this way, you expect to be like that. Right? You expect something like this. You guys can see that line, right? Or do I have to make it thicker? Right? So like, you're running around, right? You expect your jumps to be like that. But you know what they actually are in all of these games? They're like this. They're not like that. No, they're like this. There's like, they freaking kill your momentum and just reset your movement thing. You drop down and then you keep moving. For the most part. Instead of letting you carry the momentum forward. And they don't have these types of momentum physics on gliding and stuff either. And that's the reason why the gliding shit in like a Batman game is so much more interesting, is a lot better. Heck, it's why flying, like, it's also why flying in Mario 64 versus the flight in quotation marks in something like Wua, which is just a glider with an ascend button, is a completely different experience there. It's completely different because there is no momentum at all. It is like all fixed, all preset. I mean, there is a benefit for not having for having speed caps, aggressive amounts of jump deceleration and stuff like that. There is an advantage, and it lets you maintain the illusion of being super polished. It's part of how they can maintain that illusion, because the reality is, what happens when you can take those things off, if you go fast enough, or depending on how you're moving, you can break games very, very easily. Shit's why, in many cases, Sonic games can be some of the 3D ones especially, can have some of the most interesting bugs, glitches, and exploits used in speedrunning. Because you move so fast, you literally break through things because of how fast you're moving. Here's the thing though. A lot of games do actually incorporate it. And for a lot of things with like movement, incorporating momentum physics enhances the game, it enhances it a lot. And you can then design mechanics around that. Or like some games will have like exaggerated physics or rules around that too. Like in the case of Portal, they have their own like exaggerated physics in there. But how you're moving, how you're falling and everything, it affects how you come out or how objects move and behave. They don't just get fixed after a certain point. But like actually incorporating some level of physics into that stuff does change things a lot. But it also does fit into why this guy says the Batman gliding feels so much better, whatever. Because there is actual physics tied to this whole thing. And they're not just being left with like a fixed speed cap that they're moving across with.
Batman gliding in and drop kicking bitches. Even in combat, Wuwa allows more options in comparison to Genshin. Like grappling, countering, intro and outro.
You're not grappling anything though, you can't grapple the enemy. He says grappling, but I can't see the grappling.
Skills. But I want to focus on the dodge mechanic, because it is something that is both the games share. Sort of. So Genshin does have a dodge button. You can press it and you dash in a direction of your choosing, and you do get some iframes.
Yep.
Which is nice, but it's not really a dodge. It can be used to dodge,
yep,
but you are rarely negating all damage with it unless you're like giga sweaty, and it's more used to like relocate. Not bad.
It's more of a
but
dash.
It does make you feel less in control of what you want your character to do and can feel unsatisfying. Wuwa counters this issue by adding a perfect dodge mechanic. You can preemptively dodge like in Genshin, but dodge at the perfect time and you're rewarded with a cool animation, complete negation of damage, and a cool little slow motion effect. Yet,
I wonder though, does the slow motion reduce your DPS?
You're pressing the same button.
It's very... No, here's the thing though, you can use the cyber arm in ToF on anything. You can even cyber arm enemies with it. It's not... It's like not even close to what the cyber arm is. Not even close.
What? This mechanic
like, here's the thing too though. Because of how you can use the quote-unquote grapple in Wuwa, it's no different than those fixed grapple points in Genshin, where you can use it there too. Because Genshin does give you grapple stuff under certain conditions. In very specific areas from what I remember. And it pretty much behaves in a similar manner. So it's like, yeah, what's the difference?
Bridges the gap between what you're imagining your character to do in the game and what is actually happening. Creating this illusion of more options when, again, you're just pressing the same button.
Yeah, that's all you're doing though. You're just pressing the same button.
And thus, makes you feel more in control of your character. These small additions allow for more fluid gameplay, which is Genshin's biggest weakness when you're talking about a comparison between the two, and why more new players are gravitating towards Wuwa. Does that make Genshin's gameplay awful? No, it's still a fully playable game. But when Nicholas says he feels at 100% when playing Wuwa as opposed to Genshin, can you blame him? Going from Wuwa to Genshin is literally driving a 2025 Honda Civic and then driving a 2006 Honda Accord. Yeah, they're both cars, but you're going to be missing all those neat little features in the 2025 model. And these mechanics are stuff you're interacting with throughout the entire game. So when your first impressions of Genshin is sluggish and outdated, can you really blame someone for not wanting to continue? Especially after they made the mistake of trying.
I mean, here's the thing, man. I played Mario 64 growing up. The fucking flight... the flight in Wuwa feels outdated compared to the wing cap in Mario 64. Because the fucking wing cap in Mario 64 actually has momentum physics involved. Shit's worse than me using the fucking wing cap in Mario 64. That's an almost 30-year-old game. And it feels dated compared to that. Right, what year did Mario 64 come out again? It was like, what, 1996 or something? Or is it... or what? Almost 30 years ago. And that shit feels a lot more... that feels more modern, that flight mechanic there, than Wua's flight thing will ever be. Because it has fucking momentum physics. And it actually requires you to, like, pay attention and do shit. Than just, oh, I'm just gliding in a straight line. Oh, I need to ascend really quickly. Let me just hold right click. And then I ascend a little bit. And then I just sit and wait. Like, shit's night and day different. So what? So what? And? Like, what's wrong with that? Okay, you want me to compare it to Infinity Nikki then? Bruh, Infinity Nikki is literally a platformer game that's a gacha. Okay? Infinity Nikki is also a gacha game. It's also a platformer. Sure, but you move around in a 3D space. Okay, how about this then? You, like, okay, what's next? Are you gonna say I should compare a Mario game to a Sonic game? Because they're also platformers. Should I go and compare a fucking Mario game to, like, to a Sonic game? Because they're also both platformers. They have, like, outside of being a platformer, they have fucking nothing in common. Have you played either of them? Sonic Frontiers is less comparable, man. Sonic Frontiers is less comparable. Because of how this shit is built and designed around Sonic's moveset. That shit's even less comparable. They're even more different. You have more control over the trainer than most other Sonic games. I don't know what's going on with my bot today. I mean, yeah, they're definitely better, but like, here's the thing, though. If we're just talking about moving in a 3D open space, like, bruh. But then you also have to question, what the fuck is the point of having the freaking map if there's nothing in the map? Because there's fucking nothing in the freaking Wua map. With either Unreal 4, Engine 4? Nah, it'd be funny. I go bring up a fucking Sonic fan game on UE4. I'd be like, how about this random ass fan game that I saw that was made in UE4? How about that? Yeah, cause like it's just a gimmick because they don't design anything around and for it. There's nothing in the air or whatever. There's nothing built around it. You're just using it to skip over everything because there's nothing there. Yeah, I mean, because there's nothing in the fucking Wua open world. There's nothing in their fucking open world.
I do think playing
It's completely fucking empty.
Wuwa was an inevitable mistake on Nicholas's part, but can't really blame him for that. But Genshin's story is more in-depth and way better. I have zero experience on the Genshin story.
Okay.
I literally stopped playing during Klee's release. But you guys have to understand, if you don't have the gamer hooked within the first 30 minutes, who cares about the story? If it's a slog to even get to NPC 1 in 327 to interact with the story, who gives a flying fuck? The only games that primarily focus on story are visual novels. Every other case, the story is simply a bonus.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say only visual novels. Because there are definitely some games that are not visual novels that do focus a lot on story. There are definitely others that are not visual novels. Didn't get that far, but then you heard it was better? Of course. Well, because there is actual physics in Breath of the Wild movement. There is physics. Like, actual physics is involved with the stuff in there. So, like, of course it's gonna be a lot better. Because depending on how you do things, you will get a drastically different result. The thing is, no matter how much or how hard or however you press a button in Genshin or a button in Mua, you will always get the same exact output. No matter what. Because it's always fixed. They straight up stop you. They put hard locks in place. They put heavy amounts of jump deceleration so that you don't get anything like that. Wait, how is my bot killing you though? Yeah, I don't know why it's doing the adding to like everything. It's weird. The freaking Twitch bot is repeating the YouTube bot? I don't know. Yeah, I'm like confused on why it's relaying the same thing there. I'm not sure what the hell is going on with it. It wasn't a problem before. I don't know why it's not ignoring it now. I'll have to look at it later.
Bro,
Okay, then what happens when this is your gameplay? What if this
you
is
can
your
AFK this,
gameplay?
no need to press any buttons. Wait, surely I need to press like here though, right?
What if this is your gameplay?
Wait! You don't even have to click! What? What?
What if that is your gameplay?
I gave us.
Now what? What happens now when this is what's left?
This is insane! Why? Why make it this easy? No. Okay.
Right, when that's what's left, what else? What's next? No. Like, as much as you can try to tell it to those freaking people, this is what they like to prop up at the end of the day. That's what they like to prop up at the end of the day.
Games used to put the story in the pamphlet in the game case. Does
Yeah.
that mean story isn't important? No. But I'd rather
I mean, it depends on the game. No.
play a game that has the most abysmal...
I'm not gonna play Mecha Break. I'm not gonna play it. Especially when I'm gonna do something else afterwards anyways. Yeah, and then what, man? Play for like a day, maybe 2 days. And then like drop it entirely. Cause then no time or anything else. Like, I'm good, man. It's also just because stuff going on with the publishers is kind of
story, but phenomenal gameplay. Overplaying a shit game with a good story. If I wanted to do that, I'd read a book. Well, then they're just impatient and can't deal with slow burn. Okay, so let's talk about tolerance. Remember when I said there's two things? Tolerance, as you can see, is the ability or willingness to tolerate something.
Yep.
In particular, to the existence of opinions or behavior that one does not necessarily agree with. You have to understand that Genshin came out during COVID, a period of time that took a huge toll on people, especially our generation. Social interaction was at an all-time low. Everyone was stuck at home, and that led to an upsurge in online presence and activity. Soon, that backlog of anime finished. All those movies they wanted to watch, done and rated. All those games that never had time to complete, 100%ed. During a time where all these forms of media were incredibly popular, was also a double-edged sword because guess what? All those studios that made those movies and games set back hard because of COVID. So shows were put on a hiatus, movie filming was halted, and games entered straight-up development hell. So here comes along Genshin, a new gacha game that broke into the mainstream with its uncanny resemblance to Breath of the Wild, iconic anime art style, and the promise of having near infinite content. And guess what?
It didn't
Genshin was an instant hit. It was insane how popular this game got. And although I didn't stick with the game for too long, I completely understood why other people remained. It was an entirely new world to explore that was really hard to find anywhere else. And that's the thing. It was hard to find a game like that anywhere else.
Yeah, because like there was nothing that year.
So without any real competition,
Yeah.
without anything to compare to, or without any way to see what could be better, a lot of players became complacent. What normally would call for outrage was the norm. People tolerated the shitty and outdated flaws of Genshin Impact because there was nothing better. You skip to 2024, now players have been playing Genshin for 3 to 4 years. Players are now attached and used to the game's mechanics, despite the option that offers an upgrade in almost every conceivable way. And instead of welcoming it gladly, it was rejected, put down, ridiculed. It almost kind of sounds like, my god, you guys are turning into my parents. I literally got my mom a whole new phone, yet she uses the rinky-dinky broken taped up Samsung Galaxy S8 because she's used to it. It was seen as a threat to all the years they had spent on the game they had loved, but also just thrown to tolerate. That's what we call sunk cost fallacy.
Yeah, and I couldn't tolerate the bullshit systems in Genshin. Yeah, I'm not gonna tolerate it in another one too. Here's the thing. The improvements are surface level. You go deeper and then you realize it's not an improvement. They make some surface level things, sure, but then some of it are also just a huge downgrade too. Like, if we talk about, like, the RNG department, it is actually a massive downgrade over the awful shit in Genshin. They actually made it worse, but it just looks better on the surface. But yeah.
A lot of people at this point, despite being discouraged by the lack of desired changes, were sticking along because of all the time.
I mean, the other problem with WoWa is they made it a fucking Genshin clone. If they made a game around, you know, the struggle to survive in the post-apocalyptic environment, making use of whatever you can scavenge around, capturing those freaking things, those echo things, so you can use them for their powers or whatever, and built a game around that, and changed the genre of it, it could have been something entirely different. Like, imagine instead if, like, the way WoWa worked was like, you wake up in the freaking world of your main character, whatever, it's in fucking ruins and stuff. You have people literally struggling to survive. You go around, you can go beat up monsters on those echo things, you can capture them. Let's say you find, like, this big, giant, like, burly, bulky monster thing. You captured it. And let's say you find, let's say, a freaking ruined, destroyed building that collapsed over. Let's say it's blocking your path somewhere. So you go take that monster you captured, and you use it to fucking break through and destroy that building that's collapsed, so you can progress through. Or, like, maybe you can find, like, other groups of freaking things trying to survive that are struggling in there. Right? Maybe you can get missions and stuff to, like, oh, a village or whatever was attacked. Right? You have monsters or whatever invading and attacking that. And you can go and help them, or you see other factions and groups doing their own thing there. Instead of the freaking shit they gave. It could have been a completely different thing with that concept if they actually built the game around that instead of what they made. Right? There's a reason why Nintendo is, like, super hyper aggressive towards, like, stopping anything from being potentially the next fucking Pokemon. There's a reason why. Pokemon from branding alone is worth $100 billion. It's just that they don't want anything else to try to compete against it. It is, like, in terms of, like, a media franchise, it is the largest by a lot. Nothing comes close to being, like, worth as much as the Pokemon IP. And there's so much shit that they can do with it. Right? Like, that's why Nintendo is, like, super aggressive with the shit around it. Because they don't want anyone else to have it. They don't. That's part of why they had all those, like, weird shit going on against Pocket Pair. Here's the thing, though. Like, there's so much potential and so many other things they can do with the Pokemon IP. So many things, like, taking that thing and bringing it into a different direction, right? They took a creature collecting type game and combined it with survival game mechanics and made a game about surviving and doing things around that thing. Oh wow, what we get? Pal World. That shit is, like, addicting as hell. Yeah, and it came from a Japanese dude who loved bug collecting, I know. Yeah, you know, they're just being lazy because they know that they can survive on the brand alone. They can. Because it's just that powerful. The branding is just that powerful. It's worth so much that they can do that. Same time, though, there's so many different directions they can take that type of idea. Different themes and stuff they could do with it as well. the reality is, Wilma actually had the actual concept has so much potential, but you'll never actually get it. It'll never actually be what it could have been because Kuro is hell bent on making it a fucking Genshin clone. It would have to change it into a completely different game to make it what it could have been. Like, it could have been, like, actually something great. But it's never going to be that. It could have been.
And money they spent. So if they quit now, it'd be a waste. It's always been a waste, and that goes for every gacha game.
Yeah,
not just Genshin.
you already lost it. It's already
don't
gone.
have that holding them back. New players get the chance to compare the two games, and guess what? They're going to.
I mean, I just compare everything to everything. It doesn't matter what kind of game it is, where it is. I don't like to restrict myself to just comparing between the same fucking thing. I'd rather expand it as a whole because the reality is, end of the day, I'm sinking my time into it. Right?
To play the game that feels better to play as people who have zero prior experience. You can say you prefer Genshin's gameplay, but in a pure technological and a game sense, Wuthering Waves does offer more. Hence,
Wuthering Waves to me.
Okay, like here's the thing. Like here's another way to look at it. Let's say you're at a grocery store and you're buying food. Let's say you happen to have an allergy to let's say you're allergic to shrimp or something. Right? And you're buying food. Let's say you wanted to buy seafood. Are you going to freaking buy the shrimp when you can go buy something else? Are you gonna compare it to another piece of fucking shrimp when you see shrimp in front of you? Right? Because like at the end of the day, right? Let's say you go to the store to buy food. You're buying food to eat. Right? Or like, let's say you're like, you're at the store and you see a bunch of, like, let's say you're in the baked goods section. And you see a bunch of different types of baked goods there. Let's say like you see, let's say a bun that has some sort of ingredient you don't like in there. You see like a bunch of them, and then you see like just a plain one. Which one are you gonna buy if you're gonna buy a bun? You're obviously gonna buy the plain one. Right? Even though like we're still looking at baked goods in that one. Like if you're buying something, let's say you're gonna eat it at the end of the day or whatever. Right? Or like, you know. So like what's the difference there between comparing food that you're gonna eat versus whatever freaking slop you wanna waste your time on? A game you wanna waste your time on? Why not compare them against all of them?
Is me in my best shape.
at the end of the day, this is all about taste. Some people like the slower pace. Some people like the more colorful and cartoony style that Genshin has to offer. And some people also prefer focus on story rather than intensive gameplay. And that's perfect.
Yeah, a very intensive gameplay. Where is it again? Very intense gameplay.
You can AFK this, no need to press
Very
any buttons.
intensive
Like, surely I need to press
gameplay.
like here though, right? No shit.
Very intensive gameplay, guys.
Wait. You don't even have to click. What? What?
Very
Okay, this-
intensive
apparently-
gameplay, guys. Very intensive gameplay, guys. Very intensive gameplay.
This is insane. Why? Why make it this easy? No. Okay.
Very intense. That's some very intensive gameplay, am I right?
Perfectly fine. But you have to understand that for the vast majority, the game comes first. And if they aren't hooking the player within those first 30 minutes, it's cooked. You also have to accept you're now becoming the boomer in this genre of gacha games. You're the person that's going,
Back in my day, we needed to climb up the mountain. We don't do that newfangled wall running and flying and horse riding.
The game, by a lot of standards, is outdated, and people are going to gravitate towards the new and shinier toy. It happened with Genshin and Star Rail. It happened with Genshin and Wuwa. And it'll probably happen with Wuwa and Silver Palace, or Dual Knight Abyss, or whatever other gacha game is coming out. So while I can understand the frustration of seeing your game not being given the due diligence, you have to also understand that Genshin is...
For a lot of people, yeah. It has to hook you immediately or you just drop it. I will say this, man. When I freaking tried Wuwa a year ago, I was already burnt out within a few minutes. I was already burnt out. Because it was literally just Genshin. I was already, like, immediately burnt out. Because, like, no matter what, I'm just gonna do the same bullshit again. Yep. You've seen it before? What do you mean you've seen it before? You love it that ToF really become a pariah and nobody talk about it? Or have a version? Yeah. It is what it is, man.
slowly becoming a product of its time.
Okay. Anyways, we can go back to the React corner and mark that off. We'll probably go through more of this shit tomorrow. There's like so much shit here. Oh god, like the freaking backlog of the stuff here. I want to get to the Duet Night Abyss stuff. Because like the only reason why is like I just wanted to dump my pixie capsules. They didn't send the creator stuff yet. They'll probably send it tomorrow or something. They haven't notified us yet. Ours is like different. No one in the creator scene has been sent theirs yet. Only normal email signups got that. So we just gotta wait. We're just waiting on the other side. It's not even just they're too expensive, man. They're missing the actual fucking game, for the most part. You go and play them and you wonder where the fucking game is. And then they just freaking drag you on for as long as possible for literally nothing. And it's just a bunch of chores. Right? Like, it's just, it ends up just being a massive chore fest. Like, that's the other thing there. It's less of the thing that you said before and more so the other shit after the fact. Yeah, like, the reality is, like, I'm gonna eventually cook out my Duet Night Abyss review thing. I just want to finish everything in there first and see everything. But, like, the reality is my conclusion is likely just go play Warframe instead. Because the problem is, it's missing stuff that could make me consider really getting into it. Especially with how time-consuming it all is. Honestly, like, one of the problems with Duet Night Abyss is the stamina systems that they have in there. Because it's not a game that should be, like, you log in every single day to do your shit. Rather, something you go in for a longer session once a week. Especially when it takes you, like, forever to do the most basic shit you need to do constantly. it takes way too long. And like having to do it like an hour, like having to put at least an hour a day into it is kind of a yikes. Yeah, like I'm not exactly super impressed either. Like there are things that are nice, sure, but it's not enough. Like it really is not enough. Like they have a lot of cool systems, I guess, but it doesn't fix the underlying problems. Okay, I haven't done some of my dailies and shit in this thing for the past couple of days. Don't really care that much. I at least do want to experience crafting a 5-star weapon once. It's just, it's so much of a pain to do. Like, it is just so much of a pain to do it. Because of the things involved. It's way too grindy. And like, that's ultimately what's really hurting it. Like, things just take way too long and it's way too grindy. There are a bunch of other weird bugs and other issues too, but that are honestly really annoying. Like, my mouse literally escaping the game's window. It's a really, really annoying issue that they really need to fix. Like, they have some cool systems, it's just that I'm just like asking like, okay, so then what? I get all of these systems in here and I go level up and build these characters and then what? Like, I still don't exactly get or understand why I'm doing this. As cool as those systems are, and all, I'm just questioning what's the point. And why am I doing the thing in there? Especially because, like, if I go get another character after a newer character, let's say in the future, I have to go do the same shit again. For them. Get their stuff too. Like, I can go farm all sorts of things and go upgrade a character and go level them up and everything. I just don't know why I'm doing it and, like, what's the point? At the same time, this being a single-player game primarily hurts it a lot. It hurts it a lot. Like, honestly, what would be nice, even if, like, you can't, even if you're playing alone, if you could see other players, even if they can't interact with your shit, just see other players also logged in, moving around and doing things. Just make it so they don't share your mobs and everything, if you're not grouped up with them. Even if they did something as simple as that, it would change things a lot. Like, what's funny is, like, if they've seen the Hedgehog Engine 2 multiplayer mod, if they took inspiration from the Hedgehog Engine 2 multiplayer mod, for Sonic Frontiers and Shadow Generations, where you can actually have and see other players in your game if you have that mod. But like whatever enemies or whatever you see in your game, you can't the other players can't kill it or interact with them, but you can see them interact with their own. That like small little thing is actually it actually helps a lot in making everything feel more active and alive. Even though like those other players aren't actually with you. Like the thing is, like as a live service game, the single player stuff is a huge detriment. Being a single player one is a huge detriment. Because like again, like it just feels very empty and lonely. And I don't really get much of a feeling or a reason to want to do anything in these. Right now, I'm just going through a lot of the stuff in here just to see what's up. Oh yeah, I forgot to change category. Let me fix it. But like, yeah, it just feels like I don't know why I'm doing this. It feels a bit hollow in a sense. If they took a bunch of the systems here and put it in a different game, it could be a lot more interesting. But unfortunately, that's not the case. And unfortunately, this game doesn't exactly have anything outside of just the main combat stuff either. So like, if I didn't want to deal around with this stuff or like play around these things, I'm not sure why I'd even bother. Which again is unfortunate, but how did my freaking feeding fail? At the same time, there's like no reason or purpose to doing anything in the open world in this game either. And the maps, they're just kind of boring. The maps in here, they're just all kind of boring. They look nice, but they're also just boring. They're just kind of boring. And like the thing is, all the shit you can farm with all the materials or whatever you get in the overworld anyways, it's far more efficient to farm them in these instance off areas from monster drops. So like, you're just gonna do that shit in here. I don't really get the whole point of having this, like, the full-on overworld and stuff. Just go keep killing the things here. Come on. Now I gotta survive another 3 minutes here. This shit just takes way too long, man. And then I get a thing I can use for an entry to get a blueprint material. Honestly, no. I just don't know what the hell the hell I'm doing things in here for and why I'm doing things in here. There's some, like, there's some nicer systems compared to other gacha games and stuff in here. I just don't know why I'm doing it and what the whole point is. I don't get it. I don't know. And it was kind of like how I felt the last time too. They definitely expanded and added more to the crafting system and fixed it up a bit more, so I can kind of see how they're gonna go with that. It's just that, like, I don't know why I'm doing shit in here and what I'm doing it for. You know? It's I get that feeling in here. I don't fully get what they're trying to do either. And then after a while as well, like, doing this shit in here is just kind of boring, if I'm gonna be honest. And part of it is because, like, it asks me to do too much of this shit in here at once. And I've basically only been going through the motions and doing my regular chores. And it's gotten in the way of me finding time to go do anything else in here. Because of how long dailies and shit take. They take way too long. They're way too excessive and they take way too long. And so I end up, like, just not doing anything. That's kind of just the problem I get here. Like, 3 minutes per wave is a long time to deal with all this shit. And you have to do multiple of them a day. Like, it's like just part of your dailies in here. Like, this is a game where you're basically stuck at least doing like 1 hour or something a day to do shit in here. That mode is a survival, but yeah, you have the freaking timer there. Okay, now I have these things. We can go in. We can try and go in and see if we can get the crafting materials for the weapon. But I do want to at least try to get a review out soon of what of my thoughts and everything. I'm looking for, where's number 16? Right, I need to get each of these materials here. One of each of these, so I can then try to craft the weapon. That's what I'm going after right now. But they're low drop rates and everything. Like, it's cool that you can farm a weapon. Your like 5-star weapons or whatever. Like, it sounds great on the surface until you realize that realistically, you can maybe at best get one of them a month. And the process to go and get them is just pain. No, the reason why you don't want to leave after the first wave is you have to go through a bunch of rounds. You have to go through 4 rounds of waves if you want to get the item you need for the weapon recipe. That's why. This one is only given after 4 rounds of a mode. And those modes consume stamina. You need this item over here. And this is the item in that mode that I can use to try to farm the actual weapon blueprint. 1% drop rate for the blueprint. And this is like 20% drop rate for either of these items here. And I need both of these. I need both of these items, and then I need the blueprint. And then after that, I can craft the weapon. They're very, very low drop rates. And the way you have to go through things to try to even get a chance of that is part of the problem. And it just gets really, really boring and tedious after a while. And that's kind of my issue. And again, like, because I'm doing all of this by myself, completely solo, with nothing else going on, no one else or whatever, right? It just feels a lot worse because I'm completely isolated and alone. We'll see what happens with NT, man. If NT has enough stuff, it can be fine as single player, but like, multiplayer shit, depending on how they implement it, it can take the thing way, way further. They hopefully they cook something similar to like lobbies in other games where you can have like large scale co-op and stuff. Because that would help it a lot. If they made like a true proper multiplayer like thing. I don't know though. Well, this is a failure. I didn't get any of the items I needed. This is like the high drop rate stuff that's completely useless garbage for me. That's not what I wanted. And like, it's just pain. Because you need to go get a bunch of really, really low drop rate items if you want to try to craft the weapon. And like, that's one of the other things too. It feels really bad. And it takes so long to do all this shit too. Yeah, and then you realize you probably would rather play Warframe instead. And that, like, that's the thing, man. And, like, it's so dead, I can't really play with other people, because, like, no one around and everything. It's like just way too convoluted and bizarre with their choices for things in here. But yeah. And like again, it's just way too grindy, man. Yeah, like that game is designed to be played with other people, and this one is just not. And it just feels very just isolated, empty, and just dead. The maps are like not really anything special either, man. And like with how much you're just dealing with the same areas with the same shit over and over again, you're just gonna get bored. You just get bored of it. Like I'm already bored of all the maps in here. And again, like it takes way too long to do daily shit here every day. Which is not helping either. Like, if they changed the approach and went for more of a you play the game once a week type of deal, instead of every day, that would help a lot. Because, like, people are gonna get burnt out pretty quickly, if I'm gonna be honest. This is gonna, like, burn out people really quickly. And that's kind of one of their issues here. Like, yeah, it's cool, I can go farm all these things. It's just that I'd rather spend my time doing anything else. And this thing just takes way too long and sucks way too much out of me. Okay, like, I can get one of these items, and then I need the other one after. Right, these items I need for crafting the weapon. So I'll grab this, Right, I need both of these. Yeah. And like, it doesn't, like, I'm not, like, playing it genuinely. Like, it feels like when I'm doing stuff in here, again, I'm going through the motions rather than genuinely playing and interacting with stuff. Like, my playtime and stuff does not feel genuine. It's like the same issues there. Going for like, and then like there's also that freaking money thing I have to farm too. But like, yeah, what I'm doing is like I'm actually spending several like days worth of stamina and stuff like that just to go through the things in here. Like, when you realize the amount of shit I'm doing and how I'm going through things... It just makes it worse. And honestly, if like the combat, your attack stuff had like different things based on your directional input, it'd be a lot better. Because otherwise it's the same thing, you got two skill buttons, and one of the skills is basically just a buff. It's just a buff button and nothing else. It's just kinda eh. I haven't unlocked the other endgame mode yet. Just because I can't, I keep like, it takes forever to do all the other shit, but I keep like getting stuck in the, doing the other crap instead of playing more story because again, how time consuming everything is. And that's again like just part of the pitfalls of this. Things need to be reevaluated and readjusted. Again, like making it so you have to do shit in here every day is a big mistake. It is a huge mistake and it will burn out people faster. Oh yeah, I haven't like even gone and farmed freaking the weapon mod stuff. Because that's its own other grindy mess. You can infinitely grind those, it's just... Yeah. It's just that it's also kind of boring. And tedious too. Wait, what? Why is it under warning? What the fuck? What the hell's wrong with this? Why isn't it filling the bar further? What the hell? It took way too long. Like, and that's kind of the pain, man. Doing multiple rounds of this shit every day and everything. Like, you kind of just see the problems. Like, this is just really boring. I'm just stuck waiting here and shit. Alright, next wave. Oh wait, this mode doesn't drop those materials? God damn. It doesn't. I have to do like a different mode then. To try to get the item I'm looking for. Well, I can at least try to do this thing and see if I can get the other item I need. Right, because in the forge, I need the blade, and then I need to get the money to go craft the weapon. Alright, let's go to the capture target.
Target is being knocked out. Must seize them before they recover and escape. Quest accomplished. Let's get out of here.
Alright, we go exit. And then I see this is the crab that drops, and then it's just like, eh. I'm like so close, but then still so far from being able to craft a weapon. And like, that's just the experience here, man. That's the experience here. Beta ends in 2 days, and I barely got to be able to go through everything in here because of how much just bullshit and time-consuming everything is. That I just simply don't get to do the things. And that's just kind of the problem here. At this point, I'm just gonna try to pull the weapon to see what it takes to upgrade it. Oh, now I got that rhythm character. Nope. Still not. Still no weapon. God fucking damn it. Here we go. Because the thing is with weapons, the upgrading of them is kind of dumb too. But then they built it around you being able to like farm these. You made a joke that in your part, approximately 105, you're of such nationality. You asked your friend, what Asian is he? The one that eats dogs and the ones that get nuked? Or the ones the country split into two? I see. Okay. Alright, we got that there. You need 5 copies of the weapon to upgrade it 1 time. Oh boy. To get like a very tiny increase, you need so many copies. 1 copy of the weapon will let you upgrade it by 1 node. Which is just insane. I at least want to try to get 1 crafted at one point before the end of the beta. There's like a catch there with the weapons there if you want to upgrade them. It's insane. to actually upgrade them. You need a lot of copies. So there you go, there's a catch. This one does have a catch to it. Which, I don't think it's the worst thing ever that they have some sort of catch to doing it. It's just that the way you go about getting the materials and stuff makes it feel pretty awful. That's kind of just my issue there. It's kind of a bit too much. It's just way too grindy. Alright, where's the things I'm looking for? But I can't even forge the Oceanify. Oceanify? The fuck? Oh, I can pick a thing from there. I just don't even care. Because of just how much it's gonna take to go build another character. I guess I can't craft that specific material I need then. Yeah, I guess I can't. God damn it, it's way too hot. How do I unlock that other game mode though? Because like there's like another, I think, weekly game mode thing. I don't know how to unlock it though. How do I unlock immersive theater? I guess I just go and skip all the story. You know, at this point, we'll just go skip all the story until we can unlock it. It's like, eh. I don't know. I'm just not interested, man. Like, to be honest, I'm not super interested. I'm just not.
Wake up, or you'll die.
Oh, it's this thing again. Just this time now I can use a female main character. Wait, we played through this before in the previous beta. Yeah, I'm just gonna skip through it. It's just that this time I can use the female main character.
Finally back with us. That Filfoid is on its last breath. Keep it up and finish it.
Urian, retreat to the rear with me. The wound is opening up again. Trust her.
There's two versions of a male and the female main character. And then the other version of the main character actually has abilities and shit. Which is kind of funny. Oh, I don't even have a gun on me. Alright. Where was the genie mon here? Thought I saw one in here. Or maybe it was just my own thing. Could have been. Yep, and there's the doctor thing here.
We've completed our mission, right?
No, nothing. Are you injured? Good to hear that. When you got, I'm just glad there are so few. If you have the time, thank you. I'm heading back to find something.
Yeah, this is still the same as before. It's just that now they give us a female main character option too.
Dr. Daphne? We're
Damn those freaking rotters. Please don't
You guys should have told me it got fucked. Why didn't you guys tell me sooner, man? I was just clueless. Then the thing got fucked again. I gotta make some more adjustments to the setup. But you should have told me sooner that the shit was borked. You should have told me sooner.
Okay. You two have done pretty well.
Alright.
I've checked on everyone.
God, the heat. Oh, was just
So,
pain.
You're not going to ask me anything. Given what we've been through, are you really going to be as rigid as a piece of wood?
Break free from the cocoon. No.
Let's sort through the situation here first. Our battle plan involved Colonel Fulvis.
It's still way too hot. I mean, it's going. I guess. It's definitely going.
Of course, I've repeatedly warned the bigoted higher-ups not to take the Forsakens as mere illiterate barbarians. They have controlled the fortress for over 6 months. If they are barbarians, what does that make us? Well, no one grasps the art of command better than Fulvis, after all. Let the great commander explain himself to the chief. Let's see if his silver tongue can charm Sybil into letting him off the hook this time.
You've made it.
I mean, I guess. I don't know, man. We'll talk about it later. We're just trying to unlock the other game mode. So I'm speedrunning the story first. Oh, fuck, I forgot I'm supposed to do this shit here. Where's the thing here? The fuck? There we go. Alright, so we just gotta wait for the thing to unlock. Alright, can this thing go faster? Oh, we're just stuck waiting. Alright, we got those there. Now we gotta activate the backup. Wait, how do I activate the backup? Or do I evacuate? He played the freaking male character effect. Some of the sound effects are still borked there. Okay. I'll just give you the other invert. Oh, where is it? I haven't used this one in a while. But there you go. We get this variant of my model. Alright, let's just get back to the speedrunning this shit here.
Job, kid. You are indeed the best among your peers. Fulvis is nothing but an arrogant and greedy.
Alright then. Alright, we'll get through that one. Yeah, these guys, they're dying. Those guys won't make it. And then we get to the scene where we get captured soon. And then interrogated. That's gonna happen soon if I remember correctly. Oh shit, we can't go that way. How do I get through there? Oh, and I can just jump across this. I forgot I could just do that. I don't know. That's nice.
Hello?
If that's the case.
I'm Daphne Theodore,
I just
the
think some of
medic
the
escort critic.
systems need to get reworked.
Is that you?
Because,
Why aren't you
like,
saying anything? Are you hurt? Where?
alright, we gotta go kill the filthoids over there.
Decay has led the humans.
Captain! Captain, over here! Oh, Captain, my dear Captain.
The female main character isn't really voiced here. Oh yeah, that one. I can try to capture this thing. And it fails. But yeah, like the thing is with Gacha Story, I mean, we're not exactly talking about a high bar with them, right? So it's not hard to be better than what we already have, because a lot of them just kind of suck. And people just hype up certain things because of cutscenes, saying that they're like so much better than anything else because of that, even though the actual story content of them are kind of shit with a lot of them. Alright, we can go through this. Yeah, fair enough. I think the problem though is just like the other gameplay systems in this. They just get too much in the way. I played through this part of the story in the previous beta though. So I'm just skipping through it so I can see if I can unlock the other modes. It's just unfortunate that like where I live also things have just been so hot. And I've been having network issues as well. So I basically barely got time for this shit. It's just unfortunate reality.
Is beautiful. All clear and shimmering. If only it wasn't used for killing people.
Like, dailies and stuff in this thing take way too long, man. Some of the things that they ask for in the commitment is just a bit much. For how the thing is structured, it's a bit too much. Unfortunately. God damn it. And there's like other weird things too. The hell? Oh, I need to go there. Like, just doing a lot of things just takes way too long, man. Wait, what? The hell? How am I supposed to activate the thingy here? I am so confused. It goes there. But yeah, like, things just take like an hour or something every single day to do things. The fuck? They take way too long. And like the way, with the stamina stuff, the way it's set up, it'd be fine if it was just like grouped up into one session a week. But like every day it just asks for way too much. Like it's just really too demanding for the things in there. That's like one of the main problems. Crafting also the weapon crafting system, it's not as great as it sounds. It's not all that great because like the sheer amount of stuff you need. Okay, that thing was just bugged. Okay. Especially because you're like, you have to like really go through things, like in terms of farming to get these, to get an item, which gives you another quest mission that you need to then use in a special dungeon that consumes stamina to then get a chance at getting the blueprint of the materials you need to craft a weapon. And like, those things are behind multiple layers of really low drop rates. And it's also like stamina gated and shit. So you're kind of forced as well to spending your stamina stuff in a really weird way. Just so you can be able to do the thing there. Just so you can get the item, so you can then go do another thing to then try to get the blueprint, or then to get the really low drop rate materials. Like realistically, the way it feels like you'll probably only be able to get like a 5-star weapon through crafting, like maybe 1 or 2 a month depending on your RNG. And then upgrading the weapons further requires so many dupes for even like a single copy as well. And the thing is, the way you have to like go do the instance content is just its own weird bizarreness. Because like you can't just leave it early. You have to do like the same thing multiple times. And like they're like 3-minute plus stages per section. And you have to basically do enough of a chain to then be able to get a chance at an item that you can then use stamina with to go do this other instance to then maybe get a weapon blueprint.
Well done.
It's very involved and just weirdly bizarre.
It's working.
Which also just leads into like dailies just taking way too long. And then like the other side stuff as well, like there's the roguelike mode and stuff like that. Gives you a lot of important resources as well, especially for like upgrading your demon wedges and stuff like that. And some standard batter pulls. But you have to do so many a week as well to like get all the stuff in there, the amount of entries required as well. So like the thing is, like, in terms of like actual weekly chores, I haven't seen the other game mode, but like within a given week, you're looking at committing at least a good 10 plus hours of your time on just maintenance a week. With 7 of those hours being split to 1 hour a day, and then the remaining 3 you tack on top of on one of the days a week to do the other shit just for upkeep. Because of that, it's like you don't, like, it's hard to keep up with everything else, especially if you have other things going on, because the game effectively asks for a bit too much out of your own time.
Defends the turret.
And that's kind of one of the issues there. They need to like restructure a lot of that stuff. Like, I'm not saying they should get rid of the content, I'm just saying they should restructure how you go about it, maybe make it take fewer entries and stuff. Maybe remove the stamina cost from doing the special missions that you get afterwards as well to help it thing there, and maybe instead change the things to be more weekly focused. Because that's kind of like the problem there. They ask just a bit too much of your time, and like you're kind of like bottlenecked and shoehorned into doing it daily, bits and pieces. Like that's the other thing, right? Especially if you want to play other games or do other stuff during the week, just account upkeep for stuff is just gonna be painful here. Right? It's just upkeep and going through the motions with chores and stuff. It's just a bit too much. Like, I get the idea and stuff of wanting these player retention systems in place and everything. It's just that it's asking a bit too much of your time. Yeah, that's the thing. It kind of does feel that way. Especially with how it's just gated a bit. And that's like one of the issues. Like the bigger issue there. They need to like rework some of this stuff. And also add more map variety into the missions and everything. Because with the amount of times that you just go through everything, at some point you'll just get bored of them because like, you're just seeing the same thing over and over again. So they could try to incorporate more map variety and everything. Just that small little thing could help a lot. We killed the things, now we can go out. Oh, I can just use the explosive turret to destroy the door.
The captain and I are taking the lead. Everyone else, fall in behind us.
Easy. Now I'm ready.
Right. I believe it was Avar who was gonna die soon. After we get through some of the stuff in here. Just talk to the things here.
You crazy girl. What are you laughing at? Is this how you repay the captain's kindness?
Because you're always so... Why suddenly so quiet? You seemed ready to lecture me. Go on, make your guess. Any guess would do. Are you insane?
Okay.
My God, what have you done?
Yeah, and I hate doing that shit in those games, man. Yeah, and like, the thing is, doing those chores and shit in there is like very mind-numbing and annoying. I hate doing that type of shit. I do not like doing that type of shit. And then you realize that's just all your time spent in there.
What's gotten into you? You scared me.
Yes, sir.
It may be extremely important to you. You should someone in your legion.
Here's the other thing too, man. When you're like, when you have to do all that shit and you're not getting anywhere, that's just even worse. Here's the thing, right? Do you know the probability of getting a min-maxed single piece of gear in those games? You want to know the probability of, let's say, getting a 1-cost Echo with the exact perfect, fully maxed out substats and a very specific set of your choosing is? Do you want to know what that probability is? You wish. 1 in 100 million. It's roughly 1 in 100 million. Because multiple layers of RNG, when you multiply them together, you eventually get 1 in 100 million. Keep in mind, you actually have more substats on a Wuwa Echo than Genshin Goblets have main stats. And you know how much of a pain it is to get a Goblet in Genshin, right? Imagine now you have 5 of them. And then you have 8 possible values for each of those substats in a range. And then you also have to consider getting the item to drop, which substat you get, and all those things there, which piece it is, and the actual probability of the item dropping. You roughly end up with 1 in 100 million. Especially when you look at the weighted values. It's really atrocious. Oh, don't worry, 3 and 4 cost echoes are worse. 3 cost echoes are like 1 in 300 million, and 4 cost is like 1 in 320 million. Because there are more possible things. It's really bad. Oh yeah, guess what? Let's say you bought a lottery ticket. You had to pick, let's say, 6 numbers between 1 and 49. Guess the probability of guessing the correct numbers to win. Because that's easier. But it's still really, really unlikely. Because that's like 1 in 15 million odds. It's, like, actually just bad. Like, actually winning the lottery is theoretically easier than getting a fully min-maxed piece. Theoretically, that is easier. If you got a lottery ticket every single time.
I doubt Fulvis will bring reinforcements anytime soon.
But then the other part too that's annoying is like, you pull a character. What comes next? Right, you pull a character and what comes next? The whole process of what comes next after you pull a character.
These ones are tough to deal with. Be cautious.
Right, it's like you can't even use them immediately. That whole thing of what comes next is just another thing that just like very demotivating. Oh, it already died.
Careful. There may be more enemies inside.
Okay, this is where this is the part where that guy dies. And you pretend to be dead.
It's an ambush. Defend yourselves.
Yeah, it's very painful. And then, like, you realize how much it costs and you can't even use them immediately. Because, like, another way to look at it, right? Let me see if I can pull it up. Because, like, there's another way to look at it that... where is that picture? Oh, here it is. Right, like, you see this, right? Remember when they had to update the information to really tell you the full cost of things? In Genshin or whatever? When you realize just a single copy, 1/7 of a character, 1/12 of a character. This much. Upwards of this much. Wuwa is just 10% cheaper than this. Wuwa is literally just this number here is 10% less. But it's still the same bullshit, just 10% cheaper. And then what comes next? Right? You're time gated, spending your stamina, so you can farm the excessively absurd amount of materials. I'm not even talking about guarantee, man. I'm talking about the bullshit that comes next. Alright, let's say I pulled, I don't know, this guy. Right? You wanna go upgrade them, right? What do you need here? Level up the character, you need all this shit. You need all of this shit here. You need to get all this crap over here. Right? But then their skills are still level 1. Okay. What you need now? You need all this bullshit here too. Like, bro, what the fuck? Oh wait, ×3. Right? Each of the skill is only one of these. Right? Like, you just see how just absurd this stuff is. Time locking it to certain days of the week or whatever, it don't matter. this whole thing itself is just absurd. And you're basically time gated over like at least a month's worth of the freaking stamina stuff to get all these materials. And that's before the bullshit gear RNG. And for this. Right? It's like, at that point, when you consider how much time you spent there, right? Right? Like, even then, like 1 month. Let's say you spend 20 minutes a day. Times 30. That's 600 minutes of your life gone. That is 10 hours of your life you will never get back. You then realize just how much is put on there and you're just freaking doing chores. It's like, bruh. Like, what the fuck? That's like way too much that they ask of you. And let's say again, like you put that for a couple months. Let's say 6 months to get your thing. Plus that, so that's 7 months. Again, 20 minutes a day. Right? Times 30. 30 days a month. That is already 70 hours of your life gone. It's like, bruh. You have to do all this shit? For something that potentially costs you this much. For it to be playable or whatever. Like at that point when all that stuff, the realization of all that stuff hits in, it's like, god damn, I'm putting this much in and I still don't even get to freaking use it. They can't even let you use it immediately. And this ain't even the full thing, this is 1/7 of the character. Right, like, this is 1/7. Right? This shit's part of why I don't even bother with those things. I remember, like, when I played the thing and I quit it a couple of years ago, Genshin. Right? It's not even just that, right? Someone came into my chat and basically trolled me because they said that I was, they tried to troll me and saying I was too casual for Genshin. And you know what? I actually agreed with them. Just not in the way they think. Because you know what? Maybe I don't want to do all that. Maybe I don't. Right? It's like, maybe I don't. Especially with all this shit. Maybe I just don't, and I'd rather do something else. And that's just kind of the problem with a lot of these. Right? They end up just doing whatever they can to artificially inflate your playtime in quotation marks. But like, to me personally, I don't count doing chores in these things as actually playing the game. Right? But then it's like, you realize just how all your time adds up when you're logged in. How much of it is you actually playing the game. Right? It's like, why do we? And can you even call it playing? Right? Can you even call it playing? Right, and then we're like at the point where this is a fucking clip that gets made. Right, where this is the thing.
You can AFK this, no need to press any buttons.
You realize,
surely
like,
I need
this
to
is the
press, like,
thing,
here, though,
too.
right? No sh- Wait! You don't even have to click! What?
Right, and like, even when they say, oh, here you go, here's the thing, right? And then you realize, wait, no. You don't even do anything. What even is the point anymore? What even is the point?
This is insane! Why? Why make it this easy? No. Okay.
Right? And here's the thing, though. In the Wuwa story, it's even worse. It gets even worse. Because, yeah, almost everything in the Wuwa story can be AFK'd. And if not AFK'd, you can get a game controller with a turbo button and tape the button down. And, like, if there's a combat section in the regular story part, You literally get a turbo button controller, you tape down the turbo button, you walk away, come back after a couple minutes, and the story segment is completed. Because, like, of how little just anything they require. It's just funny and sad. And then, like, the other thing, too, it's like, why would I even bother doing the other shit in there, too? And, like, endgame content in these is just another freaking chore you deal with. Right? Like, especially when we just went over, let's say, like, the time commitment just to get a character built up and leveled or whatever. Right? And then the cost of the character, and then you look at endgame content, they're like, okay, so for the month, you can get, I don't know, let's say 700 premium currency. But you gotta use 9 characters, so, each character is worth this much. But then you consider the time you spent. Right? Even then, right? Like, basically you get max reward is this. But let's say you did, I don't know, 140 pulls to get the character. 140 times 160 is that. You divide that by, we're gonna round up to be nice, 78. That's 287 perfect clears you need using them to break even. It's like, what's even the point anymore? As well, for those things too, if you have to pull a character to clear it, you just realize, well, this is actually what's going on then. If it costs you this many to go pull it, and then you're getting only 78 back for doing the endgame mode out of their relative value, well, this is actually what you gain. Negative 22,322. You didn't gain, you lost. And, like, that's the thing, too. But yeah. It's just negative. You just lose. In your opinion, do CM Bros have the power for a company to fire content creator from their program? I don't know, man. I got no idea. This is premium currency, man. Keep in mind, if you look at it this way, the 80 divide that by $100. You get 80 per dollar, so that's basically negative $276. Okay. If you were to look at it that way with how much to sell your premium currency for, that's basically like you said you lost $276. It's basically like saying that. Right? And that's, again, not assuming you have other, you got more copies of the character, you put more in, or you got, like, other stuff for them. That's not even assuming that aspect. I mean, I'm like ignoring that aspect just to be nice, because if I included those other things, it'd actually make it a lot worse. And then you eventually realize just endgame as a whole and a lot of these things is really stupid. Especially when, like, they just sell you more power and everything.
We need to have a
Stay behind, Falsey. Clean up this mess.
Get the guy's dead and we get captured or whatever. I think it was, or wait, no, we escaped. I think. Oh yeah, you were gonna escape and then do the thing. Yeah, I saw it before. But it's already like 4 something AM. Yep, cutscenes are not the same as game quality. What the hell? Why can't I jump? What the hell? Am I stuck? Do I need step bro? I'm stuck. Yeah, fair enough. It's just, I wish there were actual just other players, man. Like, the problem with this one is they force so much at you, like, to deal with and keep up with on a regular daily basis. If they just made an adjustment, change it from daily to weekly for a lot of the things and reduced the amount, and then just added more multiplayer stuff and put more players around in there, like, just those a couple of adjustments would go a long way. That's, like, the issue. If they just readjust a couple of the things and just to make it not get in the way, it would be a lot better. But unfortunately, that's not the case. Yeah, it's only in certain modes. Honestly, if they made it so you could just see other players just normally on the, like, the overworld and stuff, even if they just can't interact with your other things, it would help a little bit. It's just a small little thing that they could do. But you want to see them try to change Genshin's combat system? With the East, especially some hardcore CNJP bros will turn castrate chopper or whatever. Yeah, whatever, man. For the most part, in a lot of these games, I don't really care that much about combat anymore, because they're all just gonna be varying degrees of suck. I stopped caring as much. The problem is when they only have combat, they're just screwed. For me, at some point, they basically need to have more than combat. Because, yeah. Like, between them, they're all kind of the same. To some extent. You play one, you've played them all. Yep. And then you get her in here, okay?
Break free from the cocoon.
Yeah, it's different because it's the only shooter. But yeah. Until you realize you still have to go back to doing the fucking tacit fields in a stupid circle with a timer just to get the materials to upgrade them anyways. So it was just kind of pointless. Here's the thing, there's actually more RNG in Awuwa Echo than in Genshin Artifact. It's just that Genshin Artifacts are still just as terrible. the goblet slot, for example, in Genshin is about 1 in 100 million odds as well. Like the one cost that goes in Wuwa. Feather and Flower are actually around 1 in 8,000 chance. Because main stat on them are fixed, and because the main stat is a flat stat, it removes the substat from the pool. But like Hat and Sans are like 1 in 40,000 chance. Not 40,000, 40 million chance. But like, it's just because, in a weird way, Feather and Flower slots in Genshin remove a bunch of stuff from the RNG for those slots in particular. But like, it's still awful. You're just realistically not gonna... Yeah. Here's the thing. That modifier doesn't change much. Like, the actual modifier doesn't really change that number. So, like, as great as it may sound, it doesn't put a dent. You're still in over 100 million odds. Like, I'm rounding down for those numbers. But, like, you can go look up a database and, like, slowly just, like, of, like, what people have recorded and just multiply the things out yourself. But, like, the whole point is it's designed to keep you there forever. It's designed for you to be there forever. It may sound great on the surface, but the reality is it's not making an actual dent. Because their goal is to keep you there forever, because there's no content in the game. There's no genuine replay value, so they have to come up with some other bullshit to keep you there forever. Even if it ends up ruining the experience. It's just that, like, if you're fully aware of it, your experience is already immediately ruined because you know that you're just never gonna get what you're looking for, man. And I just hate how they all decide, like, they all want to just keep doing this shit. Instead of, like, coming up with some other way to give, like, genuine replay value and stuff like that, and keep you around for genuine reasons, they come up with, like, artificial bullshit reasons to keep you logging in every day. Where it's more of, like, you're basically forced to, otherwise the whole thing is just unusable and unplayable. But yeah, you don't get it all. You never got a fully min-max, but you have a few that are close. Yeah, because, like, that's how they trick you. They'll let you get close, or make it seem like it's close, but you're still really far off. They do it like that on purpose. You feel close, but you're not actually close. It's like the whole near-miss thing. They do it all the time in casinos, or in, like, arcade machines. They do it on purpose because it's a psychological tactic. Because if people think that they're about to win, even if they're not, they're gonna come back and keep going. It helps fuel people's gambling addictions. It's like the near miss thing. Like, they do it on purpose. That's why it's there. It's like another psychological trap, and you would see it in, like, slot machines and things like that too. You think you're about to win something, but you're not. So you go, just one more, just one more. Just one more. I mean, yeah, it's still bad though. It just isn't as awful, but it's still not great.
To be honest, my head's spinning.
I don't know, like, the chatbot is a bit borked today. I'm not sure why, specifically on the Twitch side. I'm not sure why it's, like, borked.
Sewers near Reservoir 1. Initiate the flooding of Reservoir 1 to force the...
Okay, we need to escape.
They found us. We need to get out before this section floods completely.
Yep. Oh, they changed the section a little bit. But yeah. You think you're practicing trombone French horn thing? Okay. Wait, let me just get through this and I'll read. I'll go back read after. Because I need to exit out of this area.
They're controlling the inlets.
They can't be far. Herd the remaining filthoids into the tunnels. Seal all exits. Once they surface, we'll eliminate the traitors. Hurry up! We're running out of time. Break free from the cocoon. Anesthesia and debridement ready.
Your trumpet, trombone, French horn, and tuba. I don't know. I've never played any one of those instruments. I don't know how you improve there. Because I don't know much about playing those instruments. You heard Cian was angry about the death of a character, yeah. I know. And it had actual stakes when the character dies. When you know they're not actually gonna die and whatever, they'll just be back. It removes that level of urgency and stakes and everything. Because you know everything will just be okay.
The water's receding.
That's like the downside with that. Right? Well, like when you know things are just gonna be okay, whatever, it don't matter. Then it's like, what the hell was even the point?
Tourniquet for hemorrhage. Blossom like flowers.
Just one more valve.
Anesthesia and debridement ready. Decay. The burning sun.
Okay, NTA CBT should be soon. Alright. Where do I go next?
We should be safe for now.
But we escaped, kind of.
No. You might be a skill. This mania is a rainy.
Yeah, we're gonna get caught after this. That one was the same as the previous beta still.
Time's against us. Let's move.
What a riveting story, which completely contradicts.
Oh yes, the Judgment Day thingy. Yep, we played this in the previous beta as well. Wait, the previous beta ended up just after this point. Though in the previous beta for this section, they made you play as the male character instead. Because I guess they didn't have this variant of the female character, their model done. But yeah.
As you can see, Mom, I am...
Yeah, this part is just all like an exaggerated dream, this section here. Of what happened. In the thing, because like this is how she's interrogating you.
All verdicts are... all questions...
I forgot what you're supposed to choose. It's just been a while. They just... Before you had to like just... You were sitting on a chair. And then she would just ask you those questions. They changed it to walking through these rooms, man. Where you just answer... instead of where you just walk through the thing for yes or no. Don't know why they changed it to this though. But it's effectively the same thing. Now, why is triangle jumping disabled here? Yep, I mean, that's what was going on before. As well. It's just that they just showed you stuff instead of doing this before. This is, like, different than the previous beta in that sense. They're playing around with all these visual effects stuff. I mean, like, you just follow the path and just keep walking. We'll have more shit like this in NTE, by the way. Keep that in mind. At least we're not falling through things or whatever. NTE will have a lot more of this shit. It just depends on how you go about it. Like, yeah. Well, yeah, like, you're supposed to suffer there. Yep, they still have the male main character voice line there. Like audio file playing. You can hear it. When it shouldn't be that one.
Despite his faults, he trusted you. Where were you when he was consumed by flames? Should you betray the loyalty of friendship, these infernal flames shall burn you to ashes.
Fair enough. If you like demons, you like demons.
Demise within these chains. No escape from the Inferno's grasp. Meet your demise within these chains. Dare you defy the law? Why did you wake up? My questioning had just reached a pivotal point.
Because we woke up.
Go ahead.
We need to have a serious discussion about this. I'll make this short. Later, I'll shoot you with this gun, and you'll have to play dead.
Yep.
To make it convincing enough, the shot will have to hit. It will miss your vitals, but will really hurt. You must endure the pain silently. We're trapped in here, with all contact to the outside world cut off. Volvis is already on his way. We are running out of time. Only the dead keep silent forever. Volvis will definitely kill me. We're both on this mission, and you've seen his fabricated evidence, so he surely won't spare you either.
Yep.
It's okay, I got you. If I kill you and feign allegiance to him, it'll lower his guard, allowing you to go unnoticed. It's the only way to ensure your survival. Not everything can be solved with a fight, kid. My life has more value than you think. It serves a greater purpose.
Okay. I'm just talking about the thing there. But yeah, we saw this before.
Volvis, though I believe it's going to fail in the end, so don't get your hopes up. The negotiation is for a more important purpose. To collect evidence. Take this recording device. It'll provide the evidence needed to expose and destroy Fulvis. Without it, all you have is your word, which happens to be the most unconvincing evidence. The cries of our fallen comrades will be lost to the winds of Lonza Fortress. Why the long face? Cheer up, kid. A true soldier laughs at adversity. I'm proud to have been your instructor, and I'm sorry for dragging you into this mess. You must survive. Bring the truth to Chief Sybil and His Majesty. Let the entire Empire know that every soldier here held true to their creed and duty, and everyone fought till their very last breath. All glory to our Emperor.
Yeah, we just talked about the things there.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, the daily reset already happened.
Neither of you are lead.
Gathering so many signatures must have been quite the feat. Yet these signatures might weigh less than the one in my hand, I suppose.
Your Highness, does the royal family intend to intervene?
Yeah, it has
in
a
this
skip
military
feature, yes.
case?
Intervene.
Alright,
I
this
must
part is
ask,
almost done.
Do you view His Majesty's decree of pardon as an intervention? Is the royal military prison no longer under the Crown's jurisdiction? I need to speak with her alone. Everyone else may leave. They're finally gone. Thank goodness. One moment later, and I might have had to talk to your headstone instead.
Okay.
By all that is holy, my friend, you've really landed your... Things have fun.
Alright, at least we're done with that part of the story. Does that mean I can see the new game mode now? Expedition is now unlocked. Okay. Yep, that's another weekly boss there unlocked. Wait, there's even more shit to do, unlock? To get that thing? Okay. How about the other game mode? Oh, I can unlock it now. Okay, we can unlock the other endgame mode now. Well, we're just gonna see the other endgame mode to figure it out and then we end off. Available, challenging performers, battle skills, selected difficulty. Oh. I see. I'm gonna guess this thing resets monthly then. That's what this is. Oh. Interesting. Yeah, I don't have stuff built for them. I'll just do this. This is literally just like an Abyss-like game mode or whatever, like these other games have.
I'm so excited. I finally get to fight with you.
Okay. This one's more of just how many can you kill within the time frame or whatever. Alright, next trial.
Break free from the cocoon.
Yeah, there's just timers and shit in this. I'm assuming this is this game's mode version of like the Abyss or whatever. At least there's terrain variety. It's just kind of eh. Then boss at the end. Okay.
Blossom like flowers.
I see. You get 5 trials, you clear them, you get a star. You clear all of them on both sides, you get 10 stars.
Who has the sheer audacity to waste my time? Pathetic weaklings. Surrender to me.
Not really.
Scream louder, then I might show you some mercy. Tremble.
Caesar and the bride was ready. I will maintain the utmost respect.
Tremble. Pathetic weaklings. Surrender to me.
Alright, I just go kill the things here. Yeah, I'm not surprised my things are dying because I didn't level them up.
Pathetic weaklings. lost.
And then it's the boss. I just keep. I'm out of ammo.
Tremble.
Oh, god damn it. The game window to Pepega made me drag and resize it.
Surrender to me. Scream louder, then I might show you some mercy.
This thing's almost dead. And that's cleared. Okay. This is literally just this game's version of like an abyss mode.
Who has the sheer audacity to waste my
And then
time?
you can just keep continuing and going forward. It's straight up the same thing. Like you set up the things and you go on 2 sides, you need 6 characters for all of them, and you gotta get all the weapons geared up and everything. And fully built. For the harder stages, you're gonna have to factor in all that stuff. And that's kind of what they got there. And they have stuff for like each of the things there. And then after you clear this thing, it'll go to the next one. And it locks your party until you go all the way to the end. Pretty much. We got through all the things, we got to see all the content here. I'm gonna guess this part, this is immortal or whatever, is the one that resets. Right. But yeah. That's it though. I think this is just where we ended off for the night then. I finished our weeklies and whatever. I'm tired. Really, really tired. I need to get some sleep. It's already like almost 5:30 in the morning. And I think this is a good place to end it off anyways. I'll see you guys next time, right? We got weekly reset and stuff like that. But yeah. As usual though, thank you guys all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time. You guys have a good day or night or whatever. I'm just gonna go get some sleep. See you guys. See ya.